Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof, and welcome to the Thursday stream. Indeed, it is a Thursday, and we're back in Space Engineers. Oh boy. Yes. Indeed. We are back in Space Engineers. And it is time to play. Oh. But before we do that, let me quickly pull up. Oh. I think this is the first time. No, it's not the first time that I've played with my desk fully put together, but I need to make some visual adjustments real quick just to my desktop situation. There we go, much better. Right, yes, welcome everybody, welcome to Space Engineers Day. Right, so what are we doing today? Well, to start with, we're waiting for Lion and Farrell, who, as usual, will be joining us in 1 and 2 hours, respectively, if they are not delayed or otherwise not allowed / work keeps them long, etc., etc. We shall see. So, before we get started, let's take a look at something else I've been working on, because I love sharing little bits and pieces. I have been working on some train carriages, railway system stuff. Well, I say railway system. Space railway system. Space trains. Which has been kind of difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It's been kind of difficult to figure out how to do space trains. Yeah. So, when you think about a normal railway train, you think about the locomotive, the wheels, the cabin, and then each carriage subsequently has the windows, the carriages, the wheels, etc., etc. The main thing about a train is that it rides a rail. But space doesn't have rails per se. So making a space train is kinda difficult, because there's not really any reason for one to exist. Because the infrastructure for building a space railway would cost way more than would be reasonable, when the same could be accomplished by cargo ships or cargo spaceships. So I've had to take some creative liberties. And I think I've come up with an idea for space train carriages, kind of. And you can actually see the prototype for that idea up there. That thing. Which was an interesting idea in that it kind of made sense to me, but also didn't. The idea was that it had 4 compartments around a central ring. And while the idea was interesting, it didn't work very well, and it wasn't great. So I decided to try out this idea instead. Instead of having 4 carriages around the edge of the ring, we would have 1 carriage surrounded by rings as connector systems for the train itself. So this is what I've come up with for a space train situation, I guess. It has gravity. It has hydrogen and oxygen. Its systems are designed to be interconnected. Now, if I was just designing these carriages as actual carriages, these would be designed differently. But what we have here are carriages that are designed as carriages, but also have to double up as starting space stations. So what we have here is a safe zone system in the second half of the carriage, along with various bits and pieces as well. And then in the first half of the carriage, we have a living sort of commons area up here. And then down here, we have actual bedrooms, basically. Which I am really happy with how compact I managed to make these bedrooms. They are actually really, really small. They occupy a 2x2 block space with the door included. And it does mean that there's not really much space, but there is enough space for a bed, a shower, and a desk. Main thing that I'm kind of annoyed about, actually, is the fact that there is no room for what I would usually put in the space next to the door, which is a wardrobe. But Space Engineers doesn't have compound locks, so I work with what I've got. And what I've got isn't much. If we go down here, we enter the very poorly lit at the moment safe zone area, which has a survival kit at the back. The bedrooms look good. They're not my favorite bedrooms that I've ever designed, I will say that. I think my favorite bedrooms that I've ever designed are on the Carina over here. Of which the bedrooms are pretty neat, if I do say so myself. So if we pop in here, we have one bedroom which is up here on the observatory deck, which I'm not really happy with, I'll be honest. It has everything that's needed, but it's bland, and because of the way Space Engineers works, I can't fill these 2 sections here with anything because, again, Space Engineers does not have compound blocks. However, that doesn't mean I can't make good bedrooms. This is Lying's bedroom on the Carina, which has a bed, shower, toilet, desk, storage space, even a TV. Lying gets a TV. Farrell gets a TV. I don't get a TV. I don't get anything because Space Engineers doesn't have compound blocks. Anyway, then we have the med bay, which I'm actually really happy with, honestly. The med bay looks really nice. And that's saying something, considering I have enough trouble when it comes to essentially I have enough trouble when it comes to making rooms asymmetrical. A lot of ships that I build are symmetrical right down the middle, so I oftentimes have trouble actually actually making rooms asymmetrical. Kind of difficult for me, actually. Yeah. But I'm trying to get better at it. Doesn't mean I'm getting any good at it, but I'm trying to get better at it. I very quickly need. Oh, right. I need to check a thing to see if a thing has done a thing. Which means I need to go to Steam, Workshop, Energy, Fields. Where is the command I require? Here we go. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. That's good. That means the mod is working. The medbay is really nice looking. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the medbay on this ship. I'm also pretty happy with the conference room that we have here. Wait, what is? Oh, of course, that's the. Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted by the large piece there that I can't do anything about, but whatever. But yeah, no, we have a nice conference room, we have storage lockers, weapon lockers. I need to put something back here. Don't know what yet. Might do. We could do. That. And then. This. That's not too bad. That could work. And yeah, these two blocks are full of random shit, so we can't put anything else here. That'll do. Visually, it's a little bit of extra busyness. And you've got Farrell's room here. Again, shower, toilet, etc., etc. Unless Lang and Farrell want to switch their rooms around. I'm not particularly fussed. Kitchen. There are toilets all throughout the ship. Yeah, not bad. Hey, Lang. All the rooms are nice looking on this ship, though your room definitely feels like it's missing something. I mean, the annoying thing is, I can't put anything else in here. Like, this room, while it has lovely views, I literally cannot build anything else in here. There is no space. You figured out why your event controllers are wonky. Oh, okay, Line. Please, do tell. Do tell. It's because I am... Okay, so it's because the server is client hosted rather than a dedicated server. Is what you're saying. I can't say I'm that surprised, honestly. But hey, if we get this ship finished today, we can get to you at some point as well. So we'll see about that. Also, these are the train carriages that I've been working on. What do you think? 40 kilometers was a lot more functional than 140 kilometers. It makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, goodness me. Have I run out of tea already? Oh. Yes. Yes, I have. Okay. Right. I guess I'm going to get myself another cuppa. Well, I was having trouble with space train as a concept line. Because space trains don't really have rails? If that makes any sense? So there's nowhere for the wheels to go. And having thrusters on the wheels, wheel points, means that putting thrusters everywhere else is a little weird. Like the first space train thing that I tried was this. Which is admittedly quite trainy, but it's so weird in its construction that it kind of ends up just not really working well. And I didn't really know how to integrate a carriage into this design. Yeah, the sci-fi analog would be a long-haul trucker sort of thing. Like, sort of long-haul trucker thing with this. And that's kind of what I thought of with this, was like, you have this sort of front ring section that clamps around a hauler, and then you have all of those passenger sections here that sort of use these rings as the locking points, and then those connectors as the actual power transfer system. So you would have this ring section be locked onto or around a sort of thing. Well, Cryo Sleeper could work, is the thing. However, the Cryo Sleeper idea, like, this is what I've got when it comes to Cryo Sleeper ships. Well, bear in mind, this was designed for a completely different project and has no bearing on what I'm actually designing here. But this is what I sort of envision when I think Cryo Sleeper ship or colony ship, is rows upon rows upon rows of cryo pods. I could probably make something smaller, but that's my idea when it comes to like cryo sleepers. But yeah, like I did say earlier this week, I said you guys can go ahead and try space train ideas yourselves, because I'm having trouble with it. I'll be honest. It's kind of difficult to come up with space train when there's no rails in space. So you kind of have to adapt to that. It's a little weird. A little weird. So yeah. I am thinking that I might try like a dormant cryo sleeper ship sort of thing. Like, or maybe sort of like a long haul exploration ship that's crashed or something. I don't know yet. There's ideas, but it's kind of, yeah. It's a little weird. Definitely with I was told space train, and I'm giving it my best, but I don't know. It's a little weird. My best is kind of all over the place. Because like I can do land trains. Land trains are not a problem for me. Space trains, little bit of a problem, because when I think space, I think spaceship. So yeah, I don't know. This was my first attempt at space train carriage. which has some idea, but I don't know, not 100% sure. Didn't really like this one, preferred that one, but there's still stuff that I'm not happy with on this one. So, you know. I do like the idea of, like, locking rings to pull stuff and then having something in the center. I like that idea. I'm not sure that this is quite it yet, but I get the feeling that with a little bit more coaxing, I could probably pull something out of this design. Maybe. It's a little... I don't know, it's a little iffy. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I can probably figure something out, but I'm not 100% sure. I do like it though. It feels very industrial to me, in fairness though. I was looking at this and thinking to myself, well, what if we tried some different colorations? So, place 2-6 existing block value to place now, reskin blocks, these ones with clean. Yeah. So I was giving a go to like different color palettes. And these feel decent, I guess. Place that. Existing block color, that. Place now. And I guess we'll reskin for Retro Future. Because that's the one you like for your blues, right, Lai? And replace. And then we end up with something that's ignoring like the small red pieces here and there. Like you end up with something that looks pretty neat. I don't know if it's Space Train again. Like it doesn't quite have that vibe yet, but it's somewhere there. It feels. I don't know. Yeah, it's a little. I don't know. It's something, and it's a vibe that I like, but I don't know what vibe it is. And like, if we've got this and that, then we can do team colors pretty easily. Because obviously I'm gonna end up going with the black, red, and orange, because that's kind of my vibe. I assume that you'll end up on a blue team line, because, I mean, that's kind of your thing, blue, I think? Usually blue. Blues and oranges. With me, it's reds and blacks and oranges. And then Farrell will probably end up on a black and white team. Or possibly a green. I don't know. I don't know what Farrell prefers in colors. Clearly, you're an orange and white person, never a hint of blue at all. No, definitely not even as your name is bright blue in my chat. But no, like, I like, I don't know, there's a good concept here, but I'm not sure that it'll work for the team space stations. I like the idea, but I feel like there's a little more exploration to be done before we get to a point where it works, so to speak. Yeah. I think that's kind of where I'm at the moment with this idea. It's like there are possibilities here, but we're not quite there yet. So yeah. I don't know. It's something to think about at any rate. But yeah, if you and Farrell want to give a go at trying out like starting space station designs, I would love to have some additional input, or just like see what you guys can come up with, because I've kind of been doing this on my own at the moment, and I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss at this point. Half here, half doing other projects. But yeah, no, that's what I've got so far. So we'll see about. I'll see about trying out some exploration style ships that are relatively compact, so that the teams don't get too much of an advantage. But I kind of need a theme if we're going with exploration ships instead. And I don't want just space train, please. I don't want that. I'm not going to do space train for everything. I would like a theme based on a genre. Like sci-fi, steampunk, dieselpunk, whatever you guys feel would work best. I'm going to end up going with an industrial dieselpunk design, because that's what I always end up doing in Space Engineers. But I do want to try and build something that's outside of that. So like sci-fi, perhaps. Hey, Pyro. Did I give lying free reign with the paint tool in there? No, lying's not allowed in that world. Lying's not allowed in that world. Not in fairness, lying's not allowed in that world, not because I'm not allowing lying to get in that world, but because that world will not allow anyone to join that world. So yeah, that world will not let people join. And there is a reason for that, but nothing that I can technically control. So, you know. Anyway, I have done some adjustments to the shield mod line. I have done some config adjustments. So hopefully you should have a bit more shield to work with. So yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And while this loads, I am going to get myself a cup of tea. So I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I return. Okay, let's see what we... Oh. Right, holes. Let's see what we need to get built. Because by the looks of it, there's a lot. Very quickly adjust the projector. There we go. Much better. We actually have parts of the interior going as well. Okay. And all the structural blocks are visually placed as well now. That's good. Okay. Okay. Lots still to do, but we're getting there. Steel plates. Hey Madeline, love the music? Thank you. It is epidemic sound, and I'd say that it's worth every penny, but it's really not, since they have increased the cost of their license recently. The things I do for good content. Or rather, the money I pay for good content. Right. That's a lot of welding. But yeah, this is the synth pop playlist mix that I like to run on my Space Engineers things. I would like to... Let's see, everything's connected over here, so yeah, let's start disassembling this side. I do not, Pyro. I do not. The only music license that I use is Epidemic Sound, because to be quite honest, it's the cheapest one out there, and I can't really afford any more than that. So yeah. I work with what I can realistically afford, and realistically what I can afford is not much. I'm very poor.
Inventory full.
Oh, I'm going to buy to those pieces. G4F is free and sounds cool too. Okay, well, that's good to know. I'll look into that. Are they free as in Creative Commons, or free as in royalty free, or free as in copyright? Because there's a lot of different... Hold on, let me look. Free to use on stream. G4F Records. Ooh, hold on. That may be free with an asterisk. Pyro. Let's see. Content creators. All music featured on the original soundtracks that we produce, publish, and/or distribute may be freely used in videos on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Huh. Catalog includes dozens of albums, notably the soundtracks. Ah, okay, I see. No, I understand. So the reason that they are free is in fact because most of the music that they make is for video games. Thusly, they kind of have to. But they are actually, yeah, they require credit, but that's fine, that's normal. Here we go. So yeah. For YouTube and streaming, it's fine just to give credit. For commercial use, permission requests are required. NCS is a bit of a rocky one, Dragon Reaper, actually. NCS is a bit of a rocky one. Not amazing on that end of things. Okay, so yeah, G4F. That's interesting. So what do we have? Oh! They did the soundtrack for Crying Suns. That's quite cool, actually. Okay. They've done the soundtrack for Endless Legend. Yeah, no, I'm recognizing some of the titles that they've done. They've done the original soundtrack for Styx Shards of Darkness. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I recognize a lot of these, actually. They did the soundtrack for Seasons After Fall. Okay, or rather, it's not that they've done the soundtracks, it's that they've published the soundtracks. Styx Master of Shadows, Dungeon of the Endless. Yeah, that makes sense. Endless Space. Okay, yeah, I see. Alright. Okay. Road 96, Humankind, Twin Mirror. Okay, okay, I see. Yeah. Okay. I will not use any today because I need to look into what accreditation credits and stuff they actually require. But I will look into that after the stream, Pyro. Thank you for the recommendation. As for NCS, NCS is a bit of a rocky one. Because I know NCS can be... Yeah, no copyright sounds. Why? There was a thing about NCS, if I remember correctly. Music library. Instrumental. I don't remember what it was. I remember there was some form of controversy around NCS. Yeah, it's general credits or accreditation, Pyro, which can mean anything from a chat command to stuff in the bio. But I want to be sure before I start doing any of that. Yeah. But okay. No, it's good to know. Thank you for the recommendation. Really, it's good to know. I will look into that more in the future. See what I'll need to actually look into for that. But yeah, it's definitely good to know. Very good to know.
Energy low.
Right.
Inventory full.
And this tiny inventory.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
One day we will have enough people to build a base this big quickly. But that day is not these days. There we go. One day we'll force Lucian to live and make do with the space for Winnebago. I mean, I've not done that before, but I would appreciate the challenge, I suppose. It would be interesting. Have I... I mean, I've built quite a few multi-purpose vehicles in my time. Have I built anything that's, like, compact multi-purpose? I don't know. I mean, one day we will try... One day what we could try is trying to work with official server restrictions. So PCU limits. Which would definitely limit me significantly. Space engineers leave only footprints, take only memories challenge. I think that's kinda hard, because every time you hit a tree it goes flying.
Inventory full.
Well, we could give it a go, I suppose. Also, you kind of need to take ores and stuff as well, if you want to actually get anywhere. Gotta munch that ice. Oh. Oh, right. The door's gonna float. There it goes. Floating away. Ooh. Raft? Kind of. Yeah, just floats. Elfie, raiding with party of one. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Have you got your monitor yet? Has that arrived yet? I'm assuming that you've assembled the computer at this point, since you were talking about the monitor the other day. No monitor? Oh well. Well, I hope to see it soon. Okay, so it's been assembled, you just need a monitor.
Full.
Fair enough. And then we can get you on a level playing field with every other streamer in the world. That'll be fun. Okay.
Fuel low.
Uh-oh.
Fuel critical.
Oh. I do wish you luck, though, LP. Getting a new computer is no simple task. And I realize that I kind of rushed you into it by accident, but... That's fair, LP. That's fair. I would recommend an IPS panel. As fair warning, there are 4 different types of panels that you can get. I only mentioned 3, but there are 4, and each one has different drawbacks and bits and pieces that'll help. You're going to want an IPS panel. They are the best on the budget for general, what's the word? They're the best for color accuracy while not spending an arm and a leg, basically. For reference, you have for categories of panels, and I had to look this up because I needed decent color accuracy. There are TN panels, IPS panels, VA panels, and OLED panels, which all do different things for different people. And then, of course, you have the choice between curved and flat monitors, different sizes, different resolutions, etc., etc. I can give you a brief primer on all of those things, but at the end of the day, the decision is up to you. Will any of the panels give you a warm and cozy hug? Well, I don't know about warm and cozy. OLED panels have a tendency to do burn-in, which isn't necessarily anything to do with heat, and more to do with, like, image retention. It's not really a hug. I guess some older panels can be radioactive. So I guess that's kind of like a warm and cozy hug, but I wouldn't recommend it. Other than that,
Inventory full.
none of the TN,
Inventory full.
IPS, VA, or OLED panels are radioactive. As a general point, none of those are radioactive. I think. Yeah. CRT panels are a little radioactive. A little bit radioactive. Tiny bit. But a CRT monitor is realistically not something you want. Kirito Galix, thank you for the follow, my friend, and welcome to the stream. We are doing Space Engineers today, and talking about radioactive monitors, which were a thing back in the day. That's a lot of interior plates. Yeah, for those of you who are unaware, CRT TVs and monitors, cathode ray tube monitors, were radioactive, very slightly radioactive. They used to give off X-rays and stuff. So yeah, they're very slightly radioactive. They emit a very small amount of radiation, not enough to realistically cause too much physical harm, unless extensively exposed to it. But you know, enough to be noticeable. And then you have the newer panels, which, generally speaking, aren't... As far as I'm aware, none of the panels that we have these days, which are LED panels, generally speaking, or crystal panels, none of those are radioactive. So IPS, TN, VA, and OLED, none, liquid crystal panels, none of those are radioactive, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I have heard no reports of such a thing. Hey, Composer. But yeah, for color accuracy, Alfie, at the end of the day, you'll want to go with an IPS panel. Unless you go OLED. But OLED, while being the most color accurate panel you can get, is also the most expensive out of all of them, because it is the newest technology. Older OLED panels suffer from burn-in, which means that over time, if you have the same pixels on your screen over and over, eventually they'll just kind of settle, and you'll see them all the time, regardless of whether or not you're actually looking at the thing that displayed those pixels. Even when the monitor is off, you will see those pixels. So yeah, it's not great. Could be better, could be worse, but not great. Generally speaking, IPS panels are decent. IPS panels are generally your best bang for your buck, because IPS is honestly just a good all-rounder. TN panels are good for high response sort of video games, high speed stuff. Let's see. VA panels are a bit like IPS, but a little less good and a little less expensive. So they're not as good as IPS, but they're not as expensive as IPS either. But generally speaking, I wouldn't go with a VA panel. It's just kind of redundant at that point.
Energy low.
Yeah. So generally speaking, look for an IPS panel. Actually, Krito, no. I'm not an IT technician. My partner is quite well versed in software, and I'm decently well versed in hardware. Not because I did any sort of IT work in my time, mainly because I'm a content creator. So all of these things are actually things I need to know for my job. Oh, good for you, LP. Good for you. Fair enough. I mean, if you can rely on a family member, might as well. But yeah, no. I have to know this stuff because I'm a content creator. Because having good color accuracy for video editing and stuff is something that is very important, actually, a lot of the time. So yeah, knowing your different monitors and panels from each other is relatively important. I found out over the years. Though, in fairness, panel types are generally something that you can pick up pretty easily, just from like listening to channels like Linus Tech Tips as well. Decently good resource for that sort of thing, actually. LTT is decently good for the layman, as well as doing in-depth techie stuff for actual people who would care about that sort of thing. go. Okay, I would like to very quickly add in one of those.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Today I got a pleasant surprise this morning. Had that mod of mine hit the front page. Oh, congrats. Congratulations, composer. One day, one of my creations will hit the front page, but I doubt it'll be for a good long while. Nice big wind turbine.
Hello, Lulu.
Hi, Line. Welcome.
If you are
Welcome.
talking, I cannot hear you currently.
Can you not? Oh. One moment. Can you hear me now? Line?
Yes.
Oh, good. Now you can hear me. Good.
Yes. What was going on in your end?
I don't know. It was being weird.
We can, and they echo. Oh, that's interesting. Well, hopefully they know echo now. I'm currently trying to log in. So what have you done?
Nothing.
Aha.
I updated the config for the shield mod like I said I was going to.
Currently stuck at 50%.
No. Like, the only thing I've done is update the config for the shield mod. That is it. That realistically shouldn't affect you until you log in.
One would think.
One would think, but then again, it is Space Engineers.
It is Space Engineers, yes.
Yeah, it's Space Engineers, which means stuff fucks up. Yes. I've actually posted a few of my creations to Reddit, composer.
Oh, so sorry.
No, Reddit people are actually relatively pleasant. At least on the Space Engineers subreddit. Not too bad. Quite pleasant in general, actually. I've posted a few creations and I've gotten some pretty decent reactions.
Yeah, but it's Reddit.
Well, yes, it's Reddit, but, you know. It's kind of partially unbiased because posts are generally in chronological order.
Depending on what you're looking at, yes.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
There's latest, and then there is, what is it Reddit calls it? Flaming hottest or something like that?
I have no idea. I go on Reddit maybe once every few months.
It's been absolute yonks since I've touched Reddit.
I mean, I'm glad that I finally just ditched Twitter.
I wish I could.
I just ditched it. I was like, I'm not having it anymore. I'm just gonna sit on Tumblr instead.
I have had to reboot my entire game to try and connect to the server the second time. See how well this goes.
I have not done anything to
Other than mess with the con.
other than mess with the config, which, if that is the problem, I can just send you the config I have and you can replace yours, and maybe that'll fix it.
Tumblr is the superior choice. Tumblr is
better than most
Tumblr is the
things
trash
these
fire
days.
that won't burn out somehow.
Okay, yes, in fairness, Tumblr is a trash fire, but that's kind of the way we want to keep it, so that people don't try and turn it into a quote-unquote functional website. You know?
I mean,
a
they've
functional
tried.
website like Twitter.
They've tried to. I honestly, the longer this goes on, the less I think he's trying to make a functional website. But
Well, yeah, that's my point.
people have tried to make Tumblr into a functional website.
And they've repeatedly failed, but...
And lost so much money, yes.
Yes. But the current geniuses in charge of Tumblr have figured out that they can make it into a functional website by giving us crabs.
Which actually kind of worked.
Yeah, it kind of did.
This is the weirder thing.
Yeah. It's Tumblr.
50% to a black screen.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the config. See if that
I'm
fixes it.
gonna wait. Oh, okay, I can see things.
Oh?
I can see things. I have a HUD. Okay.
Oh, you're in. Okay.
I haven't touched the message of the day yet, but I can see things.
Well, according to the player log, you're in, so.
Everything is in low-res textures right now. There we go, it's booting in.
Okay, that's good. Maybe it's just me internet connection being weird.
That wouldn't surprise me, although I have no game sound somehow.
Okay.
And there's an
that's
Ubumbu
weird.
above me, apparently.
There's a what?
An Ubumbu. About
Okay.
5.5 kilometers out.
Huh. Interesting.
So,
Anyway, go run that shield command on one of your cockpits and tell me what it looks like.
right. That's probably why I have no audio, because my sound capture decided that it wouldn't actually put audio to my headset.
Interesting.
Dreadfully helpful sound capture, thank you very much for that.
How fun. Also,
yeah.
by the way, everybody, this is Lying Space Station. This is their space
frequently
station
it's
in orbit that
reduced
we
to
will
more
be-
space than station thanks to this mod pack.
Oh. Your
Oh.
weapons are firing.
Oh goody, what a lovely time.
They are... what are they
Okay,
firing
my
at?
shield is now apparently at 6 million.
Well, that sounds about right.
Also, if my weapons are firing, I do not see it. But I do see the Ubumbu.
They are firing at something that's in, like, neon pink armor.
Oh no. Does this qualify as a hate crime?
I don't know. Don't think so. It's on fire now.
1 second. It's moving very quickly right now, so I don't know that I can catch up to it. Oh yeah, there we
It's
go.
about 2 kilometers away.
Now it's loaded in. Oh, it's using ion thrusters.
Yes, it is. It's using a lot of iron thrusters. You might want to grab that.
Let me see if it actually has weaponry that I need to worry about.
It has a few...
It has a couple
few
of
vanilla
turrets.
weapons, but nothing else.
The underside of it looks mostly undefended. Where
Um,
away is it right now?
I
about
don't know what way up
4.5
it is.
kilometers and rapidly climbing, unfortunately.
And it's despawned.
Blah.
All of the scrap that was inside it is still flying away.
Yeah. Alright, I have a couple of ideas on how to resolve my gold shortage so that I can somewhat paradoxically create the mining ship I need to go and get gold. But I have a feeling that the easiest one is going to be ineffective at best,
Okay.
which is to build a large grid ore detector, attached to a large grid battery, attached to a large grid antenna, and throw it into the void. Under ordinary circumstances, that would probably seem like a fairly smart idea. Am I correct in this? But this is
Not
space engineers.
really. I mean,
This
like,
is
my
space
first
engineers,
thought
and the
was
asteroids spawn around people.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
My main thought was, why not just do the large grid ore detector battery antenna thing, then landing gear lock it to a small craft and fly it around?
Because none of my craft are built for that. That would
None
be
of them
very
have landing
wonky.
gear?
Well, the Steely Dan has a landing gear.
Well, there you go.
I don't know why we're taking like the Steely Dan is probably the fastest ship I have, and it has an ore detector on it, but it's only small grid.
Yeah. Which
And if it gets
still has
wrecked,
decent range, but yeah.
if it gets wrecked, then I have the slight considerable problem of I can't really rebuild anything. I can rebuild the Steely Dan. That is the only ship I can build because it doesn't use ions, so it doesn't use space. It doesn't use thruster components.
Mm-hmm.
But if I send any other ship out away from the station and it gets totaled, it is gone.
Hmm.
So there's my conundrum. I need gold to be able to safely send my ships out to find gold.
Hmm. Well, at the very least, you will now have a decent amount of shield capacity on your station.
Let me see, what am I reading at here? 6 to the power 10, it looks like. So it's a little bit.
Like, it's essentially times
New
12, I think, compared to the original setup. I've multiplied the values by 12, I think.
Okay, right. Let's see, I had about 440,000, so 440 times 12 would be, let's see, times 2 would be 880, 4,400 plus 880, I can just look at the number in the HUD, I know. It is BIMC. It is BIMC number, basically.
So the small generator, the large block small generator has been multiplied by 20. The large block large generator has been multiplied by 6. So the small block generator now does 200,000, I think. Either that or 2 million. It's 5 zeros. What's 5 zeros?
That would be 100,000.
Okay, so yeah, the base thing for the small generator is 200,000. The base thing for the large generator is 1.2 million.
I'm just currently thinking, where can I squeeze in some shield generators onto the Steely Dan? Because I think my best bet is going to be to take this thing out.
The small grid shield generators have also been buffed, by the way. So the small block small generator is 3,500, whereas before it used to be 350. And the small block large shield generator is 120,000. So I've given you a shield buff, basically, like, to assist you with any future endeavors.
Just to say, basically all of them at this point.
Well, you know.
I just got like a single solitary hit of like the Space Engineers combat music for some reason. That's a little unnerving.
I didn't even realize Space Engineers had combat music. I've never used the in-game music. That's not even a lie. I turned the in-game music off the first time I ever played Space Engineers. I've never turned it back on, so I've never actually heard the Space Engineers music.
Go. Just shove the Steely Dan in front of welders for a bit. See if I can't get 4 small shield generators fixed up on this thing.
Good luck.
It's not gonna be much, but it might be enough.
Better than nothing.
It might buy it enough time
To get away.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, it's good to know that we found out that the Space Engineers ships in general not spawning on a planet is because of a Keen bug.
That you didn't think to check out first.
That I wasn't aware that existed, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not gonna go through Keen's bug reports and check which ones they haven't fixed, just in case. Although I probably should, to be quite honest.
Yes, that's my
because
next
it's
sentence.
Keen. But, like, I don't do that for any other games. Why should I do it for Space Engineers?
Because it's Space Engineers.
Fuck that. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. That's like putting way too much work into something that is meant to be fun, basically.
I mean, some games are nothing but work. Factorio, for instance, or indeed Space Engineers.
Well, I enjoy Space Engineers. I've never really played Factorio, but I equate it to Satisfactory, which kind of scratches that, like, sorting things itch, you know? So it is kind of fun in a mind-numbing sort of just organize things sort of way, you know? Get what I mean?
Butts.
Oh dear, what?
Of course it does. Guess what component shield components need?
Gold?
Guild.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
So I can't even send... I can't even send the Steely Dan out with shielding unless I strip it from somewhere else.
Sounds about right.
Didn't start it on the miner either, so the miner doesn't have any parts for me to steal. I don't think I have any ships that have their own onboard shields. So I'd have to steal it from the station.
Yeah, and you don't really want to do that, I don't think.
I mean, it's more durable now. The real problem is the shield components are the last components in the list. Barring steel plates, at least. So I'd need to take out the vast majority of the thing before I got to taking out the shield components. Ugh. Dang it. Why? Why did it have to be gold? Hey.
Because it's gold!
Why do I keep having this situation in this particular save where I have one very specific, vitally important deposit that I cannot find anywhere?
Wow.
Oh look, there's the gold/magnesium deposit. That would have been really helpful right now. 2,000 kilometers away! If I threw myself at that, I might reach it by Christmas.
Well, no, if you threw yourself at that, you might reach it in 10 minutes. But it would take you 5 minutes to slow down. Because that's how it would be.
And also, I would be an atmosphere, so... and we have no longer any infrastructure at all on that planet.
Yeah.
Ew.
Wait, no, I thought you had a gold/magnesium thing in the asteroids around it.
I have magnesium now, 30 kilometers away. I have lots of iron and nickel if you ever need
I
iron
mean
and
the
nickel.
asteroids around Thanatos.
No,
No? No.
no
Okay.
gold.
No gold. Oh,
Mm-mm.
okay.
Do you not remember when we first moved here and I had to quickly, very swiftly identify a source of uranium before I ran out of power?
I just thought you found an asteroid around Thanatos that had gold in it, but well.
Not yet, anyways.
Huh.
I have searched pretty heavily to the station's right, so I guess I need to start searching asteroids to the left.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I know you hate the idea of going left flying, but sometimes you have to.
What are you even remotely trying to say?
I have no idea. You think I know half the things that come out of my mouth? I don't.
I had this
The server will reset for the start date, Elfie, I believe, is the plan. Because we have a meeting... Do we have a World of Madness meeting planned at any point in time soon? Because I have a few things I'd like to put forward.
Currently, I think that's mostly up to CJ.
Yeah. I mean, they're the one who's been gathering the times. So I assume at some point we will receive a missive saying it is time for meeting. But yeah, currently the World Mana save we have up is just so people can explore Terralith generation and get a good idea of what the server will look like. I believe is the intention, isn't it, Lai?
I mean, currently, it's mostly up as a test to make sure the server can even support all of us.
Yeah.
But that ultimately works out to same diff, so...
Yeah, that's fair. This cargo container. Okay.
See, the other thing I planned to do was to build an actual, like, pressurized space on this station, which I know you've been asking me if I'll ever build for, like, months
while,
at this
yeah.
stage. Yeah. Unfortunately, I was then informed that the thing I would need to make a suitably convenient airlock isn't in the pack anymore.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Where have I not been? And what do I want to send over there? And is the answer my flailing body? No, I can certainly see why I pointed myself in the other direction when I went mining for stuff, because there ain't much in the other direction.
Yeah.
Fuel low.
God. Running out of jetpack.
Fuel critical.
I don't suppose our hand drill's got some amount of upgrade in this whole process either, did they?
I don't think so. I don't know, actually. Hold on. Let me... Character terms. Doesn't say. Don't think so. I don't think so, no. I'm not sure, but I don't think
Okay. You know,
What's up?
I was zooming in on this Parallax Triton to see if it was packing anything I could use, and before it itself even loads in, I see debris going ahead of it.
Sounds like it meant something.
Yeah, and what it met appears to have been cannon fire from the station.
Ah, yes.
It is rapidly speeding up to try and get out of my range.
Those Spectre guns shred.
Oh, so much they do.
What do you think of the Ravenbolt systems?
What?
The possible vanilla style mods that I was talking about for the TVTVT thing?
I haven't been paying attention to that particular section because it's in your Discord that I have muted.
Well, that's your fault.
But it means I can't answer your question. Because I
Well-
have no idea. I also, apparently I'm in the minority, because I actually enjoy playing vanilla Space Engineers.
I mean, you kind of are, in all honesty, in the minority in that vein of things. A lot of people like the modded stuff. But
Like,
no,
I enjoy modded Minecraft and vanilla Space Engineers. That's, I guess, the way to look at it for some reason.
Well, I mean, so the Ravenbolt weapons pack is essentially just more compact versions of the same weapons that are already in the game, but none of the heavy turrets. So it's basically like a bunch of light Gatling guns and stuff, but it doesn't alienate the main sort of systems in vanilla, which is why I thought it might fit. The main reason I would prefer having something like that is because the size of the Gatling gun hitbox, construction box stuff
Is pretty ridiculously massive, yes.
It's horrible. Yeah. No. And that's why I suggested the Ravenbolt pack, because it's not as ridiculous on the sizing. Like, all the turrets are basically just one block in size, and they're a little less powerful than the normal Gatling gun. Which, honestly, I think is fine. It's not really a competitive edge, it's just being able to build a little more sensibly. I did also suggest the Warfare 2 DLC Editions mod, which does add a decent amount of different weapons that are mostly designed around vanilla, with the exception of the two massive railgun turrets, which have a 6,000 meter range, which I'm not so sure about.
Combat in Space Engineers doesn't go beyond about 2 kilometers, and frequently for some degree of a reason. Like,
Not
if it's
being able
much-
to see the ships past that point.
Yes. Yes. You effectively get, like, I think one of the main problems right now, like, railguns are literally pushing it as it is right now, honestly. Because the standing meta, I believe, in PvP is you warp in, you railgun somebody, you warp out with a jump drive.
Full.
Or, even worse, you create micro-drones whose only function is to be a railgun that can aim itself and shoot. Which is basically impossible to see, let alone hit.
Sounds like fun.
So you just get attacked by railguns out of absolutely nowhere.
Fair enough.
Inventory full.
Gold's a yellow ore deposit, right?
Yellowish, yeah. I always
Hoping
expect magnesium to be red, but it's not.
Yeah, I can see that. Myself between asteroids at the moment. There's silicon.
Oh god.
Inventory
Today I
full.
picked up some migraine cooling pads.
Oh, like the across the forehead?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Gotta be honest,
I know the kind.
I'm feeling a lot more focused because of that. Because I don't have... Well, it's not that I don't have massive pounding headaches at the moment, because I still do. But it feels like the brain fog has lifted a little bit in comparison to how I usually feel, which is really nice.
You don't say. Who
Yeah.
could possibly imagine?
Apparently not me until now. But yeah, so I picked up some of those today, and I was like, I'll give these a go, see how they work, see if they'll do anything, and it's definitely not 100% fix, because I still feel like I'm in a decent amount of pain, but it feels better than nothing, essentially. Which is nice, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. But I know there could well be like 4 other ore deposits on these asteroids, but I just can't get them drilled close enough to find out.
Yeah, no, that's fair, Composer, actually. I used to be very much the kind of person who was like, more block mods, I want to see more block mods. And then they added the various different, like, extra
DLC?
shapes. Not the DLC, just the extra block shapes. And I was kind of happy with those, except for the weapons. I'm still not happy with the weapons in Space Engineers. I'm relatively happy with the new blocks. There are still a few bits and pieces that I'm not particularly happy about. Like, there's a few bits and pieces that I feel are still missing. But I'm okay enough with them to not worry about them too much, basically. Nowadays, if I'm looking at mods, I'll usually look at mods that can alter the gameplay rather than the block set that I have. Because even in this pack, there's actually surprisingly few mods that add actual blocks. So, you know. And that is actually true. There's not that many mods that add actual blocks. There's like maybe 3 at most.
Oh, nice.
Biggest issue with SE is the lack of NPCs/standard enemies. I mean, there are NPCs.
Speaking as someone who's been like totaled pretty much at a rate of once every stream, there are definitely enemies.
I mean, yes, but a lot of the ones that you've been encountering are the modded ones.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of why they've been pancaking me.
Like, there are NPCs in the base Space Engineers game.
Yes.
But they're not as generally combative or interesting as the modded ones that Lucas comes up with, or various other people come up with. So yeah, I can kind of see what you mean by that, Pyro. And obviously, like, you've got like the wolves and the spiders.
Yeah.
But that's kind of it.
The wolves yelp when you kill them. Did you know this?
I'm aware. I'm aware that the cyber wolves yelp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad, honestly.
Yeah. Like here's a thing that is, you must engage it and murder it, because it is going to try and murder and kill you first, and and they make you feel bad for it dying nonetheless.
Yeah.
Inventory full.
It's... Yeah, no, in fairness, it is mainly the mechanics that you come for Space Engineers. Everything on top of that is just a bonus. I do like the look of the mod that you're working on, Composer, and I hope to see it on multiplayer someday, so that instead of having to use like med bays and okay, so to preface this line, Composer is currently working on a mod that basically, instead of it disables med bays and survival kits,
Right.
and makes it so that you respawn in a clone that is created in a cryopod instead.
I think I've seen this in a Minecraft mod before.
Yeah, well, yes, I have also seen this in a Minecraft mod before, but now it's in Space Engineers. But yeah, the idea is you can use gravel, ice, and oxygen to make a clone to respawn in, instead of relying just on like med bays and simple stuff like
So
the survival kit.
So basically, you have to plan ahead to respawn. Is that how it looks?
Yes, that's basically it. Yeah.
An interesting notion.
I quite like the idea because it lends a bit more of a harder sort of thing to the survival aspect of the game. Instead of like just relying on the instant respawn of a survival kit, even if you don't have any oxygen or hydrogen piped into it, you have to actually have resources to respawn with, which I think is pretty cool.
Fuel low.
And yeah, that is also fair. The cryopod is actually relatively underutilized.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't, like, as long as you empty out your inventory at the end of a session, you actually don't really need to worry about logging out anywhere at all. Like, to a certain degree, you'll actually be better off because you know you'll be spawning with full stats. As the Ember drone that was flying around this asteroid despawned. No is the answer. Is it going to shoot me is the next question.
Probably.
Well, we'll see how close I come to it. About about 6.5 kilometers. I'm good.
I think it'll be fine. I think if it gets within like 2 to 3 kilometers, then you might have a problem.
Inventory full.
But remember that I'm not flying towards a small rock. I am, in fact, flying towards a very large rock at 200 meters per second.
Might want to slow down.
Yeah, it's kind of my notion.
Oh, great. These... Out of ammo. Yes. Damn it.
Should set up an autocrafter for that. Should set up an autocrafter for that.
I could, but if I get too far away from it, it'll stop working.
So we've seen, yes. Real convenience, then. Mixter 160 kilometers away. Did I watch the new episode of Reborn as a Vending Machine? I did. It was very, lacking in conflicts, I think is the way to put it. It was quite cozy.
We're not on an asteroid, Pyro. I'm on a planet.
I mean, that's really just a matter of perspective.
I mean, in fairness, like, the planets in this world are about the size of an asteroid in real life, but, you know. Well, maybe about the size of the moon. Actually, no, they're smaller than that.
It's like 120 kilometers round?
It's 120 kilometers in diameter. What's that? Is that basically the same size as the UK? I don't remember what the size of the UK is.
In which century?
That's a good point.
Tell you what I did watch Madeline recently was the episode 5, I think, of Undead Murder Farce, which... Oh boy, was that episode a lot. I don't know who minds too heavily about spoilers, but mostly I can just name the characters that show up in that episode alone. I
Oh,
was watching
okay.
Lines
No,
at
that's
the same
fair.
time. Yeah.
So the
I am in space.
So a planet in Space Engineers is half the size of the UK.
Bit small then.
Very small.
Right now, I'm just jumping between asteroids, hoping that my little hand drill can identify the presence of gold. Because I am the least valuable detector that I have access to.
Yeah, no, actually, from top to tail road route, the UK is 1,348 kilometers long.
Road route?
If you're traveling via road.
Of course, that's not going to be like as the crow flies then.
No, it's not the exact same. But realistically, that means that the total length is around 700 kilometers for the UK. Which means that a planet in Space Engineers is maybe 1/5 the size of the UK.
And we do need to stress this as English people. The UK is not, in fact, its own planet.
No. The UK
Seems it on occasion, but is not.
The Tories might think so, but yeah, no.
No, they think they're the center of the universe. So
I think they're idiots, but you know.
it's worse, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're rich idiots.
Ugh. God. But yeah, no. The UK is essentially 5 times larger than a planet in Space Engineers. So the planets in Space Engineers are tiny. They are smaller than actual asteroids.
UK is not on a space whale? Not yet, anyways. Give it time. Presumably that'll be Brexit 2.0.
Oh, God.
Tell me they wouldn't try that if given the opportunity.
I don't
Just
want to
detach
see
us from the
that.
seabed.
Don't want to see that. I don't.
Platinum. Decent hunk of platinum, actually. Yeah, I know you haven't been watching Undead Murder Farce, Lucian. So do you want to try and do you want to just react to the list of people that shows up in the most recent episode?
Sure.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, of course, there's the trio that is our main characters. They're completely original.
Okay.
Sherlock Holmes and John Watson.
Okay.
That's just me getting started. Arsène Lupin.
I mean, I can kind of see a crossover there, maybe.
Yeah. Arsène predates Sherlock and was one of the influences in his creation. In fact, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Phileas Fogg and Passepartout.
I mean, I guess you could kind of say that they were around about the same time, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
So,
And there is also the Phantom of the Opera.
I mean, at least they're all from relatively around the same time period, kind of.
And I don't think this is 100% confirmed, but I'm fairly certain this is who this character is meant to be. Frankenstein's monster.
Okay.
Like, most of those characters have a conversation with each other on screen.
Hmm.
It's wild. Every time someone mentioned Phileas Fogg, even as the man was standing in the room, I was just like, okay, yep, this is a thing we're accepting is happening.
Okay. That's weird.
It's like Axis Powers Italia of like 18th century literary figures.
That's a bit weird.
Well,
That's
19th
a bit
century, I
weird.
guess, but still.
Boy.
Well, at least I have some new spots for magnesium and platinum nearby. Yeah, just like the opening scene is Arsène Lupin and Phantom of the Opera, and I'm just like, okay, this is happening, I guess. And then Phileas Fogg turns up, and they're just, oh, yeah, okay. Like the series had established. Oh, Farrell's here. Hey, Farrell.
Hi, Farrell.
The series had established. Yeah.
Hello.
What's up?
Sorry, no, I looked at something and realized I fucked up.
Ah, standard data. Yeah, the series had established that it was contemporary with Sherlock Holmes in preceding episodes, but they just kind of like hand waved him off as like this guy's kind of a dork kind of thing. I was like, oh, the shade, love it. And then they actually met him, and it's okay, we're doing this entirely.
Okay. I mean, that's a lot of weirdness. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, so much.
Boy. Okay. Welcome, Farrell. I am disassembling. I'm disassembling a
So I
lot.
gather.
Rapidly, in flight.
No, I'm not doing rapid unplanned disassembly. I'm doing rapid planned
this is very planned.
disassembly.
I mean, come on. Rapid planned disassembly is what you do to, like, Twitter. Come on.
I don't. You know, I've got to be honest. I don't think the disassembly of Twitter is planned in any way, shape, or form. I think it's just one guy being an ass about it.
Yeah, I would agree with this. Like, I think he is being inherently destructive, but also I think he's a complete idiot.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Both.
not inconceivable that these are separate things, but yeah, he's probably just an idiot for the most part. Which was
Oh.
Alright. Let's see. Where did I leave off down here?
Well, at the moment, I'm just disassembling the bar so that we can use the parts for the Carina, which is the name of this, or well, the class of this particular ship that I am building.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. It is a Carina class torpedo cruiser. So that's going to be fun to pilot.
and I'm out here looking for gold.
Yeah.
Flinging yourself around from asteroid to asteroid, huh?
And praying that it is close enough to the surface for me to find it, yeah. I found platinum so far.
Well,
Platinum,
that's
silver, more magnesium.
the game for you. There's always at least one resource that's like just nowhere to be found.
It's usually uranium. Uranium is usually meant to be the rarest thing.
And then the mod stepped in.
Although Lucian is presumably about to pop in and say, no, the ores haven't been touched.
No, they haven't.
low.
Which I've heard so many times, despite all of the evidence that continues to mount.
Everything that you are seeing ore-wise is vanilla. So,
I mean, there's one other thing that it could be as well that you have to keep in mind, and that is SE is really good about doing things like hiding that one little asteroid that actually has the resources on it. You know, just like the iron deposit where we landed on the planet.
yeah.
That was literally like right there, and we just didn't see it.
Yep.
Inventory full.
Oh boy. I also, you guys may be interested to know, I have made sure that in the blueprint you both have quarters to sleep in on the Karina. That are a lot spacier than mine are, surprisingly enough. By accident,
Is yours
I should say.
terrestrial?
What?
Is yours terrestrial?
No.
Or are
Mine's on
you
the
are you
observation
in the
deck.
Are you in the captain's yachts?
I'm in the captain's cabin, and it's smaller than your cabins. Mainly because we don't have compound blocks. So I've had to make
yeah, that
sacrifices.
long-standing problem. If only there was the space engineer's equivalent of chisels and bits.
You know,
Inventory
I get the feeling that if we did have that, the servers would lag a lot. Can you imagine? Like, Chisels and Bits is laggy enough for Minecraft as it is.
Okay, right. Next asteroid, where am I headed? Ideally I need to pick one close by. But I somehow haven't already marked.
Tell you what I have been watching recently.
Oh.
Snowpiercer.
Oh!
Would you like to guess why?
energy
You have a very strong opinion. You have a very strong appreciation for all of the actors in the hit Broadway musical Hamilton.
Were a lot of the actors in Snowpiercer in Hamilton?
Literally, the detective.
Is the okay? Huh?
He's most up until Snowpiercer known for Hamilton. Let me see. Maybe you have a strong appreciation of Liam Neeson, or possibly the works of Christopher Hemsworth.
Wait, Chris Hemsworth is in Snowpiercer?
God, I think I'm getting the Hollywood Chris's mixed up. Who was the one that played Captain America?
No, you're thinking of the movie.
Yes, I am.
I'm talking about the TV show.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I'm referring. Evans. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you. Why are there so many white blonde dudes called Chris in Hollywood right now?
Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pine,
Pratt. Chris
Chris
Pratt.
Pratt. We don't talk about that one.
No, for long, anyways.
No. The reason that I've been watching Snowpiercer was because I've been trying to find good references for trains that could look good in space. Fucking hell. It's been an ongoing trial. It really has. Like, finding a good reference idea for a train that runs in space? Not easy. Not
Galaxy
easy
Express
at all.
999?
Hmm?
Galaxy Express 999?
I do not know that one. Hold on.
It's an old reference,
I
but it still
imagine
checks
there has
out.
to be some reference to be taken from, was it Space Janitors? Was the movie?
Okay, the Galaxy Express 999 is it's not really a space train. It's just kind of a train.
Yes. Yeah, I would say either Space Janitors or, what's it called? Cowboy Bebop. The animated series, I guess I have to stress now.
Cowboy Bebop isn't really like space train. It's more like space boat.
It's more space truckers.
A little bit
It
more
just happens.
space
It just
truckers, yeah.
It just happens to be that the Bebop can land in water.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of cool, to be honest.
It's
Like,
a good idea.
A lot of the ships that I've been building lately have been under the design of, like, it could land in water if it wanted to.
If it's so desired,
Yeah.
it could have little swim as a treat.
Until the water mod rears its ugly head and you try to land in water and you suddenly shred half your ship to bits. Doesn't
Space train
quite
from
work out
Enterprise?
well at speed.
There is. That episode is weird, but yes, there is a space
there a
train in
space train
Enterprise.
in Enterprise?
There is, yeah. There's, I think, it's either Enterprise or Voyager. I'm thinking there is one that's like a generational ship that breaks up at some point, and it's one of their Prime Directive episodes. Oh no, the philosophical implications of us talking to people effectively. It's like, oh no,
Which-
we're not supposed to interfere with the
Which show was it, Pyro? Because there's multiple Enterprise shows.
well,
There's the NX-01.
is
Then
it early days Starfleet or not? Is the easy answer.
Is
Like
it early
A,
days
B,
Starfleet?
C, D,
Is it
E,
early,
F, or G?
early days? Yeah, like, is it the NX-01 Enterprise? Is it Enterprise D? Is it Enterprise F? Enterprise 2005.
Okay, so that's the NX-01.
The NX-01.
We're being big nerds right now, but yes.
Space Train.
But yeah, there's like a generational craft in that, which is like a big long string of orbs, effectively. And then they discover that there's like a separatist faction inside of that particular ship that wants to break off and actually like settle. Oh, goodbye, Farrell. And it's like, oh, we're not supposed to, like, we shouldn't interfere with their, like, politics and whatnot, apart from all those times where we interfere with their politics quite aggressively.
Hi, Luca.
This-
Self-care check? Thank you for self-care check. I've run out
Yes.
of tea. Kind of.
This asteroid appears to be fully rock as far as my hands drill can define.
Remember that your hand drill only really has a range of about
I
50
know.
meters.
This is something I can't get around at the moment.
Yeah.
Hovering near the surface, I'm not finding much.
I mean, in all honesty, a lot of the Star Trek ships, they're neat. I honestly always find myself more drawn to the designs of the Terran ships, though.
Oh no. Lucian, are you telling me you have a strong appreciation for 20th century military aesthetics?
Don't you lying?
No. Not really. They look kind of dumb, honestly.
I mean, it depends on what 20th century military aesthetics you're really talking about. Because there's a lot of different 20th century military aesthetics. But no. Enjoy the 90s market. Enjoy the 90s night market, Aluka.
That's a whole bunch of things in one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lot. Tell you where I did go recently. I went to the gay pride shop in Manchester.
You a shop for gay pride?
Yeah, in Affleck's. There's a gay pride shop in Affleck's, which is just filled with everything gay, including a literal wall of gay pride flags.
Huh. How nice.
So yeah, I went there and I picked up 3 different flags. I picked up a trans flag, a non-binary flag, and a Progress Pride flag, which was pretty neat. We've been using the Progress Pride flag as a curtain at the moment.
I noticed, yes.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the non-binary flag that's behind me. But yeah, the Progress Pride flag is in our bedroom. I just like the non-binary flag behind me so that I can use it on stream.
I wonder if I can escape the gravity of that moon. I wonder if I can escape the gravity of that moon using only my jetpack.
I mean, if it's a normal moon, you should be able to.
Hmm.
Hold on, Farrell. I'm moving the welding ship out of the way so that you can.
If I just go down there and find an ore deposit, find some
Take
gold,
your time. I'm
stuff my
still
backpack
getting
full of
reconnected.
it.
It's fine. It's just that your welding ship, or your ship has like less than 35% battery, so I was like, that might be
That's
a good
fine.
time to land.
It's got
Tell you
plenty
what
of
I have
power.
been watching most recently, actually. This is not new stuff, which is actually somewhat problematic for me. But I have been watching... oh, this is a whole big thing of ice. Wow. I have been watching New Amsterdam Season 3, because it finally arrived on included with Prime.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, this is actually 100% ice. Okay. Well, I know where to come to get the ice. Nothing else, but there is ice. But yeah, I'd seen seasons 1 and 2, and New Amsterdam is like easily at least one of my top medical drama kind of shows. But then it was like, how much do you want to pay per episode on Prime? So I didn't get to see the rest of it. There's like 5 seasons. I saw 2 of them.
Lovely.
Yeah, but Season 3 got added to included with Prime. Season 3, I then eagerly lapped up, forgetting that it includes the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Huh.
So,
Okay.
I got some very strong reminders of the kind of stuff I'm currently already having to deal with in real life. From like a first responder, like from literally like a healthcare kind of perspective. Really. And New Amsterdam tries to be very, like, real, as it were.
Right.
And it is always very quick to acknowledge the failures of the American healthcare situation, for instance. So, that was rough. But I'm loving it so much. Tyler Labine is in there, and he honestly deserves so much credit for his portrayal of Iggy Frome, a psychologist who also deals with an eating disorder.
Fair enough.
So good. So good. But also, the episodes are like an hour long, so I might have lost about 8 or 9 hours yesterday.
That does happen, in fairness. But yeah, I've been... Snowpiercer has been interesting. It's a little all over the place sometimes, but it's interesting. Some weird stuff that I've noticed with the writing, but that may be leftover, sort of writing headaches from playing Assassin's Creed Liberation.
Uh-huh.
Oh, have I not gone on that rant for you?
Oh, no,
guys
that
yet?
part I know. How does that mesh into Snowpiercer's problems?
Snowpiercer has a few, like, weird writing scenarios. Nothing that's majorly bad. It's just that some writing feels a little bit unmeshed, shall we say. Like, it was 2 writers who didn't really talk about what they were planning. Yeah. It's not the worst thing I've ever experienced, by far. It's just a little bit rocky, sometimes. And sometimes the motivations for the characters don't make any sense. Or, like, the specific choices that characters make makes very little sense.
So, it's also that Snowpiercer was, I believe, originally written as a movie, And then they did the movie, and now they're stretching out the movie into a series. A multi-season series at that.
Yeah, but
My
honestly,
my personal problem was I think I... How far into it are you?
I'm on episode 3 of season 2.
Okay, I think it was season 2 where I fell off after the end. Not because of any reason of it being bad, but because I couldn't see how the characters could climb out of the situation they were in. And I liked those characters, so I didn't want to see them suffer too much.
Hey, Jack Hammerslam. Welcome. I don't know. Snowpiercer's interesting in a lot of different ways, but then in other ways it's just kind of meh. There's definitely some cool, like, ideas and theories. Like, the perpetual motion engine is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I like that they put limits on it in the course of the series, too.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense, because it's not actually perpetual motion.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, basically.
Yeah,
But one of the things they establish is that Snowpiercer cannot start from zero. It has to be pushed so it can then start to kick up.
Well, it could start from zero the first time. But that was because its battery banks were full. The first time. Any time after that, it cannot start itself from zero.
Yeah, so if it stops, they're done.
Yeah.
And that's where it comes into the idea of it being perpetuals. They have to keep it going.
They have to keep it going, but also the interesting thing about the perpetual motion engine that they have is that it's not actually perpetual motion because they are losing ground. In the series, it is confirmed that despite the fact that they are still maintaining speed, every revolution of the world is slower than the last. Thusly meaning that regardless of however long they kept going, eventually they would slow down to the point where they couldn't generate enough power to keep the engine running. It might take like 30 to 50 years, but eventually it would get to the point where each revolution would take, instead of like doing 2.7 revolutions a year, they'd be doing 1 revolution a year. And at that point, everything would start to shut down. Because they can't generate
Revolutions
enough
are
power.
also a very big thematic thing in that
Yeah.
series.
Yeah. But it was interesting to like see how like the idea of a essentially generational train would work.
How does a social structure grow out of a passenger class series?
Yeah, and also like the idea of the class system that is implemented from quote unquote the old world, because like the passenger class system is very much a thing, and then you've got so many different people from all different classes that oftentimes are working together. I did find the part about like the teenager who was a serial killer getting let off a bit fucked, but you know,
AJ, if memory serves, AJ didn't get let off for no reason. It was because her parents were important.
no. The reason that LJ got let off was because she threatened to expose Melanie without actually knowing what Melanie was afraid of being exposed of. She basically bluffed and made the bluff work. But yeah, and I don't know. I like the concept of Snowpiercer, and some of the episodes are definitely really interesting, but others are just kinda meh. Some parts of the series are really cool, like the trains, and especially like Big Alice was pretty interesting as like the arrival. But
The show has a few kind of moments like Big Alice showing up.
yeah,
It may overuses them to a degree.
I don't know. I haven't gotten through the whole show yet, so I can't really comment on that. Big Alice showing up though was very fun to watch, especially the whole like attachment system that was designed because like you find out Big Alice is the supply train for Snowpiercer, and it's like, okay, that makes sense as to why she has this attachment system. This makes sense as to why there's a massive bulkhead vault door at the back of the train, sort of thing. But yeah, I do like I like the mechanical systems of Snowpiercer. They're fun. What are you up to, Farrell?
Grinding our way down here.
Still disassembling the old ship?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna start working on more of the infrastructure of the new ship, because we have a few things that need to get built. There's still a lot in the front section of the new ship that I haven't designed. Fair warning about that, that there's a bit of space to fill, both at the front and at the back, that haven't been completely designed yet, but the blueprint is mostly up to date.
Oh my, that's interesting. Why a medical component short after dismantling the survival kit?
Oh.
That doesn't make sense.
Did you accidentally grind one down if it popped out?
No, I didn't destroy it, if that's what you're asking. It was still there. It said zero medical. It said zero medical components. Not sure where that went.
No idea.
Not the foggiest.
Okay. This is looking good though, like. The station. It's looking good.
Yeah, I'd be doing a lot better if I could get my miner up and running.
Maybe we'll get some progress on the ship done today, and we can see if we can find some gold down on the planet and bring it up to you.
Well, I'm gonna do some work up here for a little bit, and then I shall see about flinging myself at more asteroids.
I wish you luck with that.
Okay, move the survival kit, so now gonna try and move the assembler situation I've got. So let's see. What do I want to define as floor level over here?
I mean, that's really up to you.
Well, that's what I need to figure out is the thing, not... I know it's my decision, I'm struggling to make the decision. Because the industrial assemblers are much more aesthetic if I have an area for people to be walking around.
You could have the industrial assemblers on a catwalk level.
That's kind of what I have in mind. Let's see. Assembler... That's... something like that, perhaps? That would work. Put auxiliaries over here. And I can have kind of a nice little landing pad, if sort of in between, for smaller ships or visitor ships, that kind of thing. Might work. The things that are mostly missing from this station right now are, firstly, the miner ship. Secondly, separated docking areas. Different kinds of craft. So there should be a place for small ships to like dock and be repaired, that kind of thing. And there should also be an area for larger ships to dock, whether they are delivering supplies, in which case they need to be on the industrial side, or whether they're just visiting, in which case the crafting side, production side, I guess. There we go. But also, if I move these things around, then I will be closer to having everything off of this remaining arm. Can't even dismantle my speed modules on these things to get gold. Unfortunate. Sure, it'd be nice if I could find some gold.
I mean, sure would be nice if we could find a lot of things, but, you know. You can't have everything.
But I can demand everything.
You can try.
How does the
You
lyrics
can't always
go?
get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might hear no again.
Oh, this cargo container is still over here. I would have thought that had been removed by now, but nope, that's still here.
I mean, you're the one that built it.
I'm aware. Honestly, this station has taken so much enemy fire over these streams that I'm surprised anything is still attached.
Well, the shields probably helped quite a bit.
Once they existed, yes.
Yeah.
There we go. To reconnect that at some stage. Probably. The shields helped, all that all changed when the missile ship attacked. Yep.
Yes. Well, hopefully now you should be able to hold out a bit longer against any missiles.
Now that I have ammunition, yes.
Now that you have over 6 million in shield capacity.
Yeah. Here's the hope, at least.
Right, I should inform you, Farrell. I have adjusted the config of the shields.
Mm-hmm.
So now your average large ship, large grid, large shield generator will do 1.2 million in shield generation.
At
Just to let you know.
At 6 million shield points, what's the power generation looking like for you right now out there? Because
I've got like 2 weeks
okay, so
with
they
just my
must have
2
fixed
large reactors.
they must have fixed that bug since the last time I used the shield generators. Then, because it used to be if you got way up there like that, it would just be draining everything out of the grid for power.
Hmm.
That's good to know.
Well, Typhon still updates the energy shields mod quite regularly, actually, which is interesting. Nobody else maintains any of their versions, but Typhon still does the original, which is interesting because it doesn't keep up to date with any of the other mods, but it keeps up to date with itself. It's kind of fun.
You know how it
fairness,
is.
though,
Everyone
the
kind of
energy-
has their favorite mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. In fairness, though, the energy shield mod was never designed to work with weapon core, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think
No.
Typhon ever wanted to deal with that, so they just made it work with vanilla well instead. Kind of makes sense.
Whoop.
That's
Parallax
incredibly
ship,
useful.
apparently. Verdis Quo. Let's see, how hacked up are you getting? Pretty heavily, but you're also packing ions.
Don't get too greedy, I suppose.
Well, I need it to run out of power, ideally.
Hmm.
Which, it's a bit of an ask.
I suppose.
Annoyingly, getting a space engineer's ship to lose power is probably the hardest possible challenge you can have.
Well, what you need to do is make sure that it doesn't despawn. But
I mean, all you really have to do is just run the grid completely out of power, like we have the wreck over here.
Well, it's got... Well, looks like the solar panel's not functional right now, so it's got a reactor. Probably multiple batteries.
Actually, let's just do that. Move down there and fill up, bring the other miner back down.
Definitely has weapons, so... I'm not flying over there myself.
pretty much everything has weapons in this world.
Yeah... That's interesting. My assemblers that I've set to cooperative mode appear to be assisting the autopilot.
Yeah, they always will. They'll assist any assembler that's currently working.
Yeah, that... I don't know if I like that.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything you can do about it. They
Well,
will
all of my
automatically
autocrafters are meant to be
assist any assembler that is currently crafting. Especially
Yeah.
even the repeat ones.
Trouble is, if it's making stuff here, it should be accessible to the ring. So... yeah, that should be okay. This means stuff is going to end up in places where I didn't anticipate it to be.
Sounds
How in the
about right.
world do I have 2 out of 3 solar panels working?
Might have cracked one on something? Or is it just being weird?
It's not sparking or anything.
Oh. Might just be being weird.
It is being very weird. Hmm. Should be able to do that.
Oh, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but at least this grinder ship is getting through things relatively well. Not having to go back and forth depositing things to a cargo container and all that.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
All the tanks in the back here are empty, right, Farrell?
If it's painted red, it has hydrogen in it.
Okay.
If it is not painted red, it's empty.
Got it. I'm just making sure before I started disassembling things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should make another connector point back at the connector line on the side of the ship.
Do we need the large hydrogen thrusters intact at this point, or are they just grind down?
Grind down and replace, realistically. We'll want to transition the Epsteins,
Mm-hmm.
at least the Raider Epsteins. The Kamina is unnecessary. It was too big. Oh, you've already disassembled that one. That's fine. We can disassemble 2 of the Epstein thrusters.
I haven't disabled any of the... I haven't removed any of the thrusters yet. I don't know where the centerline one was. That was detached and ready to move.
That one is gone. That's just gone. That's not even here anymore.
Huh.
I thought you got it last week while I was out.
No, I haven't touched it.
Trash cleanup isn't on again, is it?
Shouldn't
I
be.
don't think so. Let me check.
That's the only thing I can think of that would do it.
No, general is disabled. Voxels disabled. Other. No. Doesn't seem to be.
Seems bad.
Seems weird. Something might have hit it. It went pop.
I mean, it was round loose, so yeah, I guess that's
It could
feasible.
clang out and bounce. That's a possibility. Until I see something that states otherwise, I will assume that is what happened and move on with my life.
You're just going to assume it's Clang until proven otherwise.
Pretty much. I mean, wouldn't
The
you?
thing is,
Probably decent.
everything is always clang until it's proven otherwise. Either that or Zool. Sometimes it's Zool.
Hmm.
Turning these off cooperative and they'll just be whatever I need them to be at a given time. Cooperative seems like it's... it's handy as long as you don't have any auto-crafting systems, I
Yeah,
think.
sounds about right.
Unfortunate. Oh well. Any unbound assemblers should really just be occasional usage anyways.
Hmm.
I think the only thing that the old infrastructure still actually has that I care about is a cockpit, and I guess the large shield generator.
Yeah, the large shield generator is probably something that you'll want to keep.
Yep. Figure out a place to put it anyways.
I don't think we realistically need to move the refinery, do we, Farrell?
I mean, you've got one on the new ship already, right?
Yeah. I'm just gonna disassemble this one then.
Mm-hmm.
Probably worthwhile. So that's that working. How does power look? A little under, about a week, depending on current activity.
What do you have on the back of that thing, Farrell?
I replaced the top connector with the grinder.
Oh, I was wondering what the giant orange lump was.
Yep. It's
The
definitely
giant
doing a
orange
pretty
lump.
decent job of getting under the ship here to hit the thrusters.
Yeah, Farrell mounted an orange lump to the top of his ship, and I was wondering what it was. And it turns out it's a grinder. Makes sense, I suppose.
That's good.
It's actually working out pretty well. I've already got all the larges off one side of the ship.
Inventory. This recharge for a little bit while I do some more welding.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
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 Hmm.
Hmm.
Have you heard of the new changes to villagers flying in the upcoming snapshot?
I have not heard a single peep, other than
I
that it
think
might
Farrell
be.
has.
Oh, yes, and I am not thrilled with it. Well,
I
I'm not thrilled with aspects of it, I should say.
Okay. I don't mind it so much. I think it's an interesting change. So essentially what's happened is a few books have been removed from villager trades.
Okay, so you can't find mending there anymore?
Mending you can still. However,
Oh, yeah.
mending and a few various other enchantments you can only get at the top tier level.
Okay.
And they are now biome specific.
Ah.
Not just biome specific. You want a mending book, you have to set up a manual village because they don't spawn in this
Swamp.
biome naturally. You have to set up in the swamp.
Yeah, you have mending books you can only find in swamp villages. And additionally, the zombie curing system,
Gone?
not gone, but definitely nerfed.
Mm-hmm.
Like nerfed quite a bit from what I've heard.
Honestly, I really didn't even bother using that.
Guess what else takes gold?
Golden apples for zombie curing?
No, superconductors to make another reactor.
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah.
Sure'd be nice if I had some gold right now.
Yes, I'm sure it would be.
Right. This is probably about as much as I can do without chucking myself into space again for now, I think. Oop.
Yeah. The way I'm kind of
Maybe.
approaching that is, okay, I get they're making changes like this, but could we please have this in world options and not just blatant outright game changes? Because
More options
if
always nice.
you're a casual player, do you really have all that time in the world to go running around trying to find a swamp?
I mean,
'Cause
if you're a casual player, I think at that point you're just gonna, like, just deal with what you can find.
Yeah,
Which
if
is-
you're not playing for, like, optimal plays or whatnot.
Yeah, if you've only got like an hour or two to play, like a week to play the game, basically. Where does that leave you at this point? In the case of villager trading halls and that sort of thing, it's actually pretty handy to be able to do that. Now, granted, by removing the crossbow and the fishing rod and the trident chance from the librarians, it does mean that you spend less time constantly
It
plopping
increases
down
the
lecterns to
chance
get the...
of getting things, yeah.
Yeah. So that I do I find nice, because there's half the time you're doing that, and it's just like, oh, great. Here's quick charge, quick charge, quick charge. Here's a trident enchant. I don't even have a trident yet. What am I going to do with that?
Yeah.
But yeah, making it biome specific, it tells me they care more about keeping people in the game longer and not so much the experience doing it.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I personally, and something that my partner has expressed as well, I would like to see an overhaul of the enchanting system. So that
Fair.
villagers aren't the only option, you know?
Right.
Yeah, they are kind of mandatory, aren't they?
At the moment, yeah, because the enchanting system is a little bit meh. An interesting idea or take on the enchanting system was a mod I saw that basically made the enchanting system a Tetris minigame,
Huh.
which was
I
kind of
think
neat.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, it was basically you had your regular enchanting system, but each enchant was a Tetris piece, and you had to kind of fit them into a grid, and you could only have so many. And it was kind of neat, actually. I liked the idea, and you could bring your weapon or anything back and actually. Ooh, hold on, Farrell. Let me.
No worries, I've got plenty of power.
Yeah, let me quickly just make you a connection point.
I mean, what I can really do is just slap down a quick second connector, really.
I mean, that's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That should be connectable, right? I'll move my ship to that connector because it's smaller. That's what I was going to say. But if
Yeah, I should be able to fit in there. Just
you
gotta
can fit, okay, that's fine then.
just about forward. There we go.
Yep, you're connected.
I mean, the other thing that they also changed is they've increased spawn on diamonds.
Oh, have
But
they?
the information, yeah, it's like a diamond medium in the config files now.
Huh.
But they didn't say whether that was increased as part of diamonds that are exposed to the air or not. It's just literally there's more diamonds in the deep slate levels.
Huh.
Which it's like, okay, that's nice, but if I still have to, chop through 6, 8, 10 blocks of deep slate ore to find
which is
2
time
diamonds,
consuming as all hell.
yeah, it's not really worth it at that point yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't complain. They're still updating, making tweaks to the game, so there is that.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
after the kind of disappointment from the last two major updates. This is just kind of like, okay.
Interesting choices, interesting choices.
Yeah. I basically need to fill this ship up with ourselves. Just fill it up with power cells so that I can weld up a bunch of batteries.
Godspeed with that.
Yep. I want a lot of power reserves on this ship so that we can recharge the shields quickly if necessary. Okay. I'm on my way to grind down some more stuff, Farrell.
Okay. I might have you unlock 2 cargo containers up towards the front here, just so I can move them over.
Cargo containers? Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Because they are just pretty much floating. I just need to pick them up so they don't drop to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But they won't let me convert to ship.
Uh,
Actually, a couple of them floating free, but these ones...
yeah.
These are definitely loaded down.
Head down and lock on. And all.
Yep.
But
Oh, come on.
not lock. There you go.
There we go.
Converted.
Okay, that's a heavy load. A little damaged, but should be able to get her back.
Bit fiery, yeah.
That's just on the verge of what the gyros can handle on this thing right now.
Let's see, how do I want to mesh these sides together? Currently trying to put together something resembling like a worker truck stop kind of area.
Hmm.
Like here's a pressurized area you can hang out.
My brain just immediately thought of the no-stop truck stop.
No stop truck stop.
It's a Phineas and Ferb episode.
Uh,
The idea of a truck stop that is constantly moving.
huh.
Thusly, no-stop truck stop.
Makes some amount of sense.
Hmm.
The hard part is just meshing this whole thing with things that clearly do not,
Shadow
seal.
Tiger, thank you for the tea check. I'm currently out of tea, but I think I'll go grab myself a glass of ginger ale in a minute.
ginger ale.
Ginger ale, yes. Don't you like ginger ale, Lion? Do you have something against ginger ale?
What do I look like? Some kind of Federation stooge?
I don't know.
No, that's root beer. It's
Ginger ale's
insidious.
nice.
This is definitely going to be more of a headache without the without the
Without
Star
ginger
Wars
ale?
things. Well, leave that for the now. I'm going to throw myself at a few asteroids.
I wish you luck.
Is there anything I can grind down that has gold in it, just so I can give the Steely Dan some shielding before I send it off into the void?
Nope, the void is where it must go.
Well, I think I'm just gonna have to use some of the thruster components I've already made for the grind for the big miner. Unfortunate, but desperate measures. Desperate
What
measures,
the
weak man. You know.
Blazes just happened.
Hmm?
I don't know what just happened.
I disconnected my ship.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to take it off charge, so it fell backwards, and then it flipped over the connector forwards. Nothing has been damaged.
Good.
Hmm.
I'm very confused.
Understandable.
Keen has decided that you must have an additional challenge.
Really.
Inventory full.
I really feel safe doing that.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory.
Sedan now has 14,000 shield.
Inventory full.
Want to wait motion to get back down here before I disconnect this thruster because I can, or
Are you trying to disconnect one of the Epstein thrusters?
yeah,
Leave them be for now. We need a place to put them before we can disconnect them, and currently we do not have that.
Inventory full.
okay. But we do
Unless
have
we just
one
wanna
that's
slap them down on a rack
Inventory
next to
full.
the
Inventory
next to
full.
the thing.
I mean, we could. We've got one that's actually disconnected already, so it's just
Okay,
one that actually will let me convert to ship, but I don't want to do that myself while I'm not in the cockpit, because then,
Yeah, no, that's
you
a
know,
good point.
well, mining ship fall over, go boom.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Give me a second to build out a, I guess, ad lineup for the stuff, and I'll make my way over.
Okay. Right, well, there's an asteroid. Off I go. You don't have to turn and burn because this thing goes very quickly. Oh, I might get too close to. I might get too close to this Mayday. Oh, Oban Tide, hello, how are you as well? Okay, Mayday's gone, good. Oban Tide is rapidly getting further away from me as well. I am trusting that the station is going to be okay without me around for a few minutes.
I think the Spectre guns will help your trust.
Hmm. We shall see. At least, if nothing else, I am generating more asteroids around here. More asteroids, we get a greater chance that I get gold. At least that's the idea.
Fingers crossed.
No sound for Raven? I may just need to boot it. Seconds.
Okay. Right. Well, pads.
Definitely need to get used to aiming. Oh, just to the left or so of the asteroids I'm trying to scan here. Raven and Fox noises. Apologies, sound alerts can be a little buggy. Seeing just nickel on this one.
Okay, I'm on my way over, Farrell.
Alright. I've already got a, I've got a, whatchamacallit, control console set up with the conveyor port junction on it, so you'll be able to tap it to convert ship from there if you want.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Snickers.
Converting
What are
ship.
you? What are you two doing exactly?
Alright.
Moving an Epstein cluster.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck.
That's a lot of steel plate that just fell from the sky.
That's fine. That's from me grinding down the armor that was around it.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Just pick that up then.
My ooh was more because, boy, is this pushing the,
Power
this
limits.
thing's ability to actually move forward.
Oh boy.
How's the weather been? It's been very wet around here lately, actually.
On my way.
Which kept things very cool. Which would be nice, except I think it actually
Now-
affects my joints now.
One small possible problem, Farrell.
Mm-hmm.
The Epstein thrusters only have connection points on the back, I think.
You mean the part where they're connected to the ship currently?
No.
Or what's left of the ship, I should say?
The part that is at a 90-degree angle from the bottom of Farrell's ship.
Yep, not a problem.
Actually, yeah, no, that's a good point. I can just do this.
Oh, yeah, you can do that, or I could just tip it forward, because really, once I let go of this thing, I've got more than enough thrust to get out of there.
No, that should
And
be
it would...
fine.
Yep. Because the drill heads have the, have more resiliency to handle that sort of...
You can see the
collision.
well pad panels on the, Yep.
Yep.
That's fine. Good.
Yeah, just gotta pick one that won't, I won't crash into here.
Oh, I think you should be fine with all of them.
That's not good. Also, my hair is looking good. Good to know.
Forward.
It is freshly
There you go.
cleansed tonight.
There we go.
Nice.
At least with the Steely Dan's ore detector, I can
Let
be
me know
reasonably
when you
certain
need
of getting
another
close to
Mhm.
the scan.
disconnect point. Don't even know why I'm welding that.
I do find gold. Well, it's a heavy lifter ship. It has a decent amount of cargo space. Just gotta be careful not to bash it against the rocks. Found more uranium.
Good for you.
And guess what I'd use? I guess what I'd use that uranium for to power my thrusters, if I had any.
Inventory full.
Yeah, I had a pretty rough pain day yesterday, and I think it was related to the weather.
Fuel
Oh
critical.
dear. Well, it does happen. And sadly, we cannot control the weather.
Well, we can, just not on a national scale, nor is it necessarily a wise thing to do in the era of rapid climate change.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay.
If I find gold, it'll be a golden opportunity. If I find gold, I need to scoop up as much as I can very quickly and then come back to, go back to the station. More importantly, if I encounter any red icons on my screen that are anywhere close to me, I need to avoid them like the plague. Although I say that, what is this, year 3 of a pandemic, and it seems that it turns out avoiding things like the plague doesn't mean avoiding them much at all.
In fairness, that's not really something that you can blame yourself with, I guess. Like, it's not really your fault that you can't avoid the plague.
Fuel
Mhm.
low.
Lord knows I've tried. And I've done, to date, in fact, I have been very successful. Trouble is that no one else is, so the plague is sticking around.
Yeah.
Anything to see on this particular rock? Scanner so far says no. But that seems unlikely, given the size of this rock.
Well, the size of the rock doesn't always mean that it'll be helpful.
Not helpful, like nothing.
I mean, size doesn't
I'm getting
always
literally
matter,
zero signals here. It's not. It doesn't guarantee, but it's pretty unusual for something this big to have absolutely no ore deposits in it. The odds alone are in our favor. You are literally standing on the biggest rock we can find. It's replete with ore, Lucian.
Yeah, but I haven't found any gold down here yet, so...
Well, that's not going to be a problem for you, considering that you build literally every ship to have hydrogen thrust.
Actually, it is a bit of a problem, because a lot of the stuff that I need to do weapons with requires gold.
I mean, that's why we've salvaged the jump drives intact.
Yeah.
There we go, magnesium and nickel. That's what this one is.
I mean, size matters to some people. Just, you know, not to everyone.
I mean, with your freakish height, honestly, I'm surprised it doesn't matter more to you.
I mean... I...
Sorry, am I hitting a vulnerable spot with that one?
No, I'm just trying to think of a way to word my answer in a way that isn't really, really horny.
Good luck, it's the internet.
Yeah, I know.
How
How
tall am
tall is
I? I'm
Lucian?
6'2", Madeline.
Which, as we all know, is far too tall for any living creature to actually grow. So you have to be lying, or you would crumple under your own weight.
I mean,
Your bones would snap.
one day,
we
lying,
know this.
One day, lying, we will take a picture together, and I will prove you wrong. But you know.
I am not a comparison point.
Uh-huh.
I am not a good comparison point.
Sure.
It's like that's like putting a grain of sand next to like a salt shaker and being like, look how massive this salt shaker is.
I don't think the height difference is quite that dramatic.
It's like putting a puppy next to Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I mean, if you want to make yourself that small, then sure, I guess. But still, don't think the size difference. Is
I
quite
am
that
small.
dramatic.
You are lying. You are lying to the good people of the internet. You are lying to the gentle chatters of Twitch.tv in saying
wait.
that you are an absurd amount of height that no human should ever even think
I
of
mean,
having.
in fairness, the tallest person I've met was 7'5".
Hang on, I'm confused here. I thought you were lying.
Fine, Lucian is spreading scientific disinformation. Is that better for you?
Don't. Okay. Sure. Whatever.
In this period of widespread misinformation, Lucian is spreading even more, corrupting the good name of science in the process.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
You
know I can
humans
whatever.
cannot
so
be
easily
that
go for a
tall. It's
Firefly
just
reference right now.
unnatural.
Uh-huh. Unnatural.
Clearly you are measuring whilst wearing stilts. It's the only explanation.
No, but I do look
Or
good
you just
in
make it up
heels.
and
I have worn 6-inch stiletto heels before, and I do look good in them.
More magnesium. Figures. The second I don't need it, magnesium's the only thing I can find.
That's about right.
Need some magnesium.
I mean, yeah, the tallest person I've met was 7'5". The tallest person I know is 7'9". But the main reason that is because Draken I have never actually met, but I have spoken to many times. So there's that, I suppose. Is someone cooking pork?
No? Not
Unless
here,
you've
anyways.
installed a smell-o-vision mod in Space Engineers, no.
I think someone in the downstairs apartment is cooking something and it's coming through the window. It smells quite nice. Oh no, it's the chicken in the kitchen. Hold on. Actually, that reminds me. I wanted to go get myself some ginger ale. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, have a view of Lying Station.
There's not much happening there right now. I hope.
That's what you think.
Oh no, what's happening? Well, there's more uranium. Worthless uranium. God, can you imagine going back in time and like somebody's trying to like shill a rock at you and you're like they're like giving it a low market point, like, oh, this is completely worthless, it's totally useless, no one uses anything for it. But I'm told if you hold it, it gives you a nice tingling sensation. You ask what it is, and they just say uranium, and just like all of the blood drains from your face.
So whatever you do, don't drop it against each other.
Well, you need a bit more than that, but sure. Whatever you do, don't form it into an orb shape and detonate it. Station's been shredded by missile boats? What? Madeline, you better not. You better be joking. My poor heart couldn't take it.
Madeline is very much joking, yes.
Oh, good.
The station is fine. Oh, Red Knight 972, thank you for the follow, my friend, and welcome to the stream.
The space station has like
no,
6 million
the smell
shield
that I
and
was
million
smelling was
looking
the
gag.
chicken that's in the slow cooker at the moment.
So you will get to eat it, is what you're saying.
Yes, I will. My partner is making chicken soup in a slow cooker overnight.
Ooh. Very nice. I'm gonna turn off the stockpile on the Steely Dan's oxygen tank, or else this will be a much shorter trip than I'd like it to be. The only thing is, it's almost impossible to spot an asteroid at distance unless the sun is hitting it in a face that you can see.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm thinking for the TVTVT stuff is any, like, most quality of life mods these days, with exception to Build Vision,
Yeah.
you can usually manage to get through plugins. So I think that'll help keep the server relatively light. Because it basically means that any like quality of life stuff that people want to use, they can just install themselves without having to worry about it. Skyboxes can be installed client-side.
Right.
Energy low.
I
However,
sense some kind of, I was about to say, why do I sense a butt coming?
However, if someone installs a skybox, I think if someone installs a skybox and then there's a skybox installed on the server overrides the client on that skybox.
Interesting. I did
Not
see
entirely sure though.
Draconis Expanse, I think, was the server name.
Oh,
They have
yeah.
like ring gates, and they seem to have what I can only describe as dimensions. And I have still
the
no
Draconis
clue how they've
Expanse
done that.
server is multiple servers stitched together, basically. It is essentially, it's essentially the Expanse.
Yeah, it's
But
built.
it's
It's built
basically-
heavily like the Expanse. So all of their ships are built around turn and burn and all that sort of stuff.
Yes. It's complicated. Is a mild way of putting it. The Draconis Expanse server took like a good 6 months to put together, I believe. I'm not doing that for a TVTVT server. That's too much work. It really is. But they use a variety of weapon mods and other bits and pieces. They use the Epstein thrusters on the Draconis Expanse server. I know that much.
pretty much any time I hear a Space Engineers player describe a PDC, I know that they're probably an Expanse fanboy.
Oh yeah, no. Like a lot of Space Engineers players will usually use point defense as PDC. If you hear someone
I don't
refer to
actually
it
know
as
what the C
point defense,
is.
I think it's point defense control.
Hmm.
I think is what it stands for, but I'm not sure. Let me look that up.
Point defense cannon, usually. At least that's my understanding of it.
Gents, I think I've managed to find gold. Also ice, if you have a need of that, but mostly the gold is the important part.
Hmm.
Did you install that Fool's Gold mod this week, Lucian, or...
I asked them, and they said that there weren't any mod changes, except for the boosting of the shields.
No, I have not done any. I have not added or removed any mods. So. Okay, yeah, it does mean point defense cannon.
Okay. Neat. And in the Expanse, those are like the Gatling turrets that they like pop out of their ship whenever they need to deal with
the
missile or
Gatlings
something.
that pop out of the Rocinante, yeah.
Yeah, they're ostensibly meant to be for, or at least they originally were created for the purpose of like asteroids before they like utterly heck your ship. But naturally, when you put a gun in space, people start using it on things other than asteroids.
Yeah. That is true.
Turn on the Steely Dan's
Where are you?
transmitter. Or else I am not finding this gold. Yeah. Now I just have to hope nobody else picks up on that signal. Before I mine another 50 meters.
Oh, hi, Farrell.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw you land there.
I just had the mental image of me talking about mining, you saying hi Farrell, and just being like a pan to like you shoveling and there's Farrell's face embedded in the dirt. like
Okay.
like when Saitama goes after the mole. He's just like, found you. Just like moment of horror.
Interesting. Not quite what I was thinking, but sure.
No.
There I go.
Lydia.
That's down there to charge up.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We're doing
Hello,
some
Lyd.
Space Engineers today. We're talking about various different things in the world.
As we are wont to do.
As we are wont to do.
And we do indeed want to do, so we shall.
Do you want? Why? Is that something you are capable of doing?
You know, I've been known on occasion to yearn.
On occasion? Do you
Yeah.
yearn for truth?
Well, I've seen what he does to people inside Full Metal Alchemist, so I'll pass on that.
You just finished Final Fantasy VIII. Congratulations.
Ah, I
Congratulations.
think I know the exact moment you're talking about. Oops. Is that the award-winning Final Fantasy VIII with the free expansion up to level 70, including the award-winning
No,
Heavensward
that's Final
expansion?
Fantasy XIV.
Oh, right.
I hate that I know that off the top of my head.
Why do you hate this, Lucian?
No, it's not that I hate it, it's just
You literally just said you hate it.
I have a strong dislike of the fact that I know that. I love my new desk. I'm so happy.
Say.
So happy with my new desk. I really am.
I mean, anything that doesn't require you to crunch your spine in half is a definite improvement.
Yeah, it really is. Like, the fact that I'm actually able to sit back with my head against my headrest at this desk is a major improvement.
Fuel low.
There we go. Now I now have 1 deposit of gold marked. As soon as my big miner is running, it will not be for long. Yeah, I have actually been playing the award-winning MMO Final Fantasy XIV recently.
Oh?
Yeah, and it's one of Fuzz's hyperfixations, and
Hmm.
I would like to have more things that we can do together.
That makes
So
sense.
I picked it up while they were off in the US. Then didn't tell them for a while until it was funny to.
Okay.
Of course. It is a good game. I'm not generally interested in MMOs. I think is the unfortunate reality to say.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, that's Mayday. That's fine. And I am mostly playing it so I have something I can play with my partner. So I will confess I'm not paying much attention to what's written in the quest dialogues.
You've already gone to bed.
And I'm skipping through so many cutscenes because I'm trying to get up to their level so that we can play together. Rather than just them occasionally carrying me through stuff. But so far I'm playing a black mage. Well, thaumaturge to black mage, which basically means I stand in one position and I push buttons in a sequence.
And basically the
that is my
story at this-
entire job. But I get to see
basically
really big numbers.
And basically, the story for you at this point is stuff happens, and people got angry, and things are going down.
Yeah, basically stuff happens. It's not really my like problem, but they keep trying to make it my problem to solve.
What are we talking about?
Final Fantasy.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my partner just came in to say goodnight.
Oh.
So
Speak of the
I
devil.
missed the past few minutes of conversation. It's fine.
Yeah, Fuzz got slightly annoyed when I mentioned how much text I hadn't been reading. But I have only so much time to play this game, and I am not playing it for the story right now.
That's fair. I would like to play more things that my partner plays, but one of my partner's main interests is Overwatch.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Which I kind of disavowed ever playing.
Yeah,
Again?
I'm so sorry, Lucian. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. We can we can take him out back and get rid of
It
this
can be
issue.
done humanely.
No! Lion, no! God!
There's no recovery for this. I'm sorry. The scientists have tried.
Oh my god, no! That was very dark all of a sudden.
You don't have to live like this, Lucian. There is a better way. You don't have to be dating an Overwatch fan.
But no, like, Zeri likes playing Overwatch mainly due to the mechanics. Not so much like the story or anything like that. He's vowed to never spend a cent on Overwatch itself.
Good. I made that similar vow at one point, and it did not last too long.
No, he vowed, and he's kept to that vow. It's annoying because Overwatch as a game I do enjoy, but every time I play it, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth because I know what it's associated with nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
And
Matt Mercer.
what?
Is Matt Mercer not associated with Overwatch? Did I miss something?
I mean, yes, but that's not what I meant. No, it's just I would like to find a game that me and my partner can both enjoy together without like too much fuss. Because they used to play Final Fantasy, and I tried it, but it didn't really grab me. We used to play Overwatch together a lot, and then stuff happened, and I was like, I'm dropping Overwatch forever. There's a few games that we still play together, like Risk of Rain 2, which was very enjoyable, honestly. But I'd definitely like to find a game that me and my partner are both interested in playing. Like, we still play Minecraft and stuff, but it's less of a regular thing these days.
Yeah, I played Overwatch. This was more of an Overwatch enthusiast than a player. And even after I swore off playing Overwatch because I don't think my heart could take it for much longer. Certainly not my temper. We still watched the Overwatch League for a bit, and that was fun. It was interesting being in some small way a sports person. Like sitting on the sofa and cheering whenever my team scored a point. But yeah, then basically two things happened, which is, well, I swore off Overwatch, and then the team that I actually followed kind of had an extremely long losing streak. I love you, London Spitfire, but you haven't been the same since season 1. And then Fuzz's favorite character is Mei Ling Zhao, who is the
ice
kind of
lady.
the ice lady. Yes, she's Chinese. She wears glasses. She has cute hairstyle, and she looks very cuddly because she's usually wrapped up in Arctic survival gear. Don't search for Mei on the internet.
Obviously not.
Is what I will say.
That applies for basically any female character from Overwatch.
Exactly, it's Rule 34 to the extreme.
Yeah, it's not it's not unique to Mei, but it kind of broke containment a few times too many for Fuzz. So, but yeah, Fuzz did not appreciate that, as one might expect. So, yeah, that kind of soured the whole thing for Fuzz. And honestly, I was probably spending way more money than I should have been on Overwatch myself. But their commitments to certain things were certainly a lot better and more thought out than others. Like the fact that all of the Overwatch characters will say various lines in game in their native languages. Unless they're on your team, in which case they all speak English. For one character that I really like, actually, is Moira. Moira speaks native Irish, which is really rare. But if I'm playing with the Moira, or more frequently am the Moira, because I liked her playstyle, I never actually get to hear it. And I can kind of guess why that is, but it feels like it rings a little hollow. If the only reason that I hear, if the only times that I hear languages other than English is from the people I'm actively killing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hmm.
A little bit. Yeah. No, I get that.
Unfortunate. Okay, time to turn off all of these other beacons, because I found gold. Probably shouldn't be doing this whilst I'm traveling at speed towards the station, but what's the worst that could happen?
Crash.
Go splat
crunch.
against the windscreen? The station would be perfectly fine, I know that much.
Yeah.
The Steely
Mhm.
Dan would detonate on impact.
Probably.
Okay, screen's a lot less build up, and that is approximately 25 kilometers from the station, I think. So not too bad. Well, I say not too bad. That's about as far as I've ever gone. 30 kilometers is about the farthest I've explored.
Hmm. Oh, that was nice. I just shoved a bunch of power cells into the welder ship and welded up all of the batteries very quickly.
It's the best feeling, really, in space engineers.
Indeed.
I don't even have an autocrafter making power cells. I probably should, because they take an age.
They do.
So here's home sweet home. Get the Steely Dan docked. That'll be a ton of gold going into the system. Unless there's a superconductor missing somewhere that I don't know about.
I do not know. Well, unless you've actively been missing them, I doubt.
Well, I don't. Given that I've clearly not had gold for some time, I might not have welded up the refinery that handles it. And obviously, I'm not going to have the gold to make the superconductors to make the yield modules that I would like to attach to it right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
You think power cells take time? Try superconductors.
Yeah.
You don't generally
superconductors-
need as many superconductors, but you
That's
need
true.
batteries in basically everything.
Superconductors take time, but they're not as necessary. Ouch.
Platinum, cobalt, silver, gold, uranium, all stone, gold. Currently has nothing in it. Why? Because it has one of two inventory, like conveyor sorters right behind it that is not welded up, is why. No matter, that will not take me long.
There's a battery mod that uses superconductors? Ooh.
Oh, that sounds like hell.
It's,
I mean, they must be pretty damn
azimuth.
good batteries. Oh, azimuth battery? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I know for a fact the azimuths do it. There's probably other mods that do as well, but those
Sounds
batteries are nice.
dreadful.
I mean, they store a ton,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah,
Hope so.
they're pretty expensive.
Okay, how's the power
Have
doing
you
over
moved
here?
a second?
I'm in the process of attaching it up right now.
Oh, okay.
Week or so, that's fine.
I'm comfortable enough with the welding ship being able to, or the mining ship being able to lift it. So
Okay, fair enough. I was just making sure that one of them hadn't despawned.
mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Remember, we only need 4. The rest can be ground down.
Yep.
Use the components for something else.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it doesn't mind letting me convert the thrusters to ships, but everything else it doesn't let me touch.
Weird.
Yeah. Okay. Thruster components. Is the gold the only material you've been missing? Yes.
It's quite funny, actually.
There was a very long time where I didn't find cobalt or magnesium. Cobalt is very important for making metal grids, which go into a lot of things, especially on the small scale, I'd say. Magnesium you need for making bullets to defend yourself with. And now it is gold that I've been missing. Thankfully, appear to be out of that. For the moment. We'll see.
Gonna be right behind you, grabbing this last thruster on the port side.
Okay.
Oh. Are the... I'm crafting thruster components. Where are they ending up?
Somewhere in the system, I would think.
Also, one of my assemblers seems to think it's still on cooperative mode. Which it sure as heck ain't.
Weird.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, I just crafted up like 40 thruster components and I see 6 in the assemblers. Where did they go?
Mm. I do not know your sorting system, like, mainly because
doesn't
I
make
don't
sense.
usually make sorting systems in Space Engineers. It gives me too much of a headache.
BC Corp P100 Proton. Uh-huh. Imber, or for Incon, rather. No earthly idea where that could have gone. Huh. Not a clue. Wherever it ended up, it is outside of my... It's just completely outside of my capacity to detect. Which means, I guess it could be stored... It could have gone somewhere that's not shown? In the...
Any hidden storage inventories on there?
Yeah, but they're pretty exclusively sorters. So... I don't know.
I mean, I don't think the sorter really counts as a storage inventory.
No. Shouldn't be anything on drain all around. Let's see. Oh, you're not on drain all. The only place they could have gotten to is into this industrial cargo container, which is definitely not set to be hidden. I have no idea.
Wow.
Well, looks like somebody's about to get shot.
Hmm.
unrelated to that. There's just a ship coming nearby.
Okay, I see. I understand now. Very, very, a little bit confused by that.
Sorry, that might have been a bit of an non sequitur.
Yeah, no, it's like my cargo system isn't working. I'm going to shoot someone for it. Was how that sounded. a little bit.
Logically, the only person to shoot is me.
Well, yeah, exactly.
My cargo system isn't working. Someone must suffer.
Very much.
Oh yeah, this Proton's about to have a bad day. I can already see, in fact, my railguns pointing directly at it.
Hmm.
Oh, you're such a tiny little thing. Oh. What exactly this thing is meant to do, I don't know, but it's going to be doing a lot less of it very soon.
Wondering whether I should put in welders underneath the Spectre turrets on the ship.
Just to keep them functional.
Yeah. Not sure. Maybe an idea. I'll consider it later on.
I swear I just set my first components to craft, like, twice, and there's still none in the system.
Hmm.
Exactly what's going on there, I do not know. Oh. What? Why? Why of all places have they ended up in here?
Wow.
They're being crafted in the assembler that makes Spectre ammunition.
Is it set to cooperative?
No.
Hmm. Don't know then.
Absolutely not. Why?
Oh.
Is utterly bizarre.
There we go. 4 thrusters recovered.
Wonderful.
Next question, are there assemblers elsewhere that have also been trying to craft these?
Probably.
Ugh.
Would not surprise me.
Doesn't look like it. Just that one. Why you picked that, which is literally on the other side of the station from where I was looking? I have no idea. This is what I get for even deigning to press cooperative mode for a fraction of a second.
Hmm.
This is why we don't use it.
Well,
This is why it's better to just have auto crafters keep everything that you need in stock.
Yeah, can't argue with you on that one.
Could add batteries into those spaces, but I really don't feel like it.
Backs up here.
Alright,
Kobold all the
Esper,
way up
you
to these
requested
assemblers, so now I can just
a bounty.
yank the
Here comes
crystal
the
components out of
bounty.
them. Hopefully.
If I can find it. How's it going, Farrell?
Yeah, slowly but surely. Working on getting the cargo containers on the bottom yanked out here. Well, not yanked out, but cleared away.
Are any?
So I'm pretty sure there's... Are they still loaded?
No, actually, most of them seem to be empty.
Hmm.
We can... Yeah, this one has 18 large steel tubes, and that's it. All the large cargos seem to be empty. So yeah,
Okay.
those can be ground down completely. Wonder what other... Yeah, the small cargos seem to have stuff in them, but they're linked into the thing anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been using the smalls for storing stuff as I've been grinding by hand. Oh!
Aha!
You good?
I just claimed a bounty.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
That
I
would
see.
explain it.
Yes, but from like nearly
You're
10
welcome,
minutes
Esper.
ago.
Yes. Look, it was gonna get claimed eventually. I just had to find a point in time where Farrell wouldn't be wary of it.
I mean, it's not like there's not that many targets to choose from down here. There's one.
Yeah, there's one target and it's you.
I mean, I suppose you could claim bounty on a zombie, but that's just kind of... Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to go and find a zombie. So,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
but yeah, no, all the large cargos seem to be completely empty, so those can be disassembled fine.
Sweet. That one's full, that one's full, that one's full. Okay.
Well, that's all setting up. I guess I'll do some more work on Pit Stopper. Because 960 firster components is going to take a bit. It might actually be worth me making a auto-crafter on that just because of the time.
Probably. How do you think she's coming along, Farrell?
Looking good.
Yeah. What's your opinion on the exposed refinery upgrades? Refinery add-ons?
It doesn't really... don't really have anything for or against them.
Okay. I wanted to get a bit of, like, external patterning, and I thought it looked neat, but I wasn't sure if it would be a little too, like, dangerous for the refineries or something.
I mean, if we weren't shielded, then yeah, that'd be the case, but
Yeah.
with shields, yeah.
Okay. I mean, in fairness, anything that is vanilla is basically best design equals brick, but, you know.
Pretty much.
That's why I like the mobs like Shield Mob. It basically means that you don't have best design equals brick, it's best design equals what can take down shields fastest.
Yeah, well, that's more bulletproof glass that just went into the void, apparently. It just vanished from the inventory. I don't know where it went. I think I know
Is
what I
it ending-
need to do here, which
Is it
is...
ending up in one of your ships?
No, it's not showing up in the inventory at all.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Is it getting disassembled?
Critical.
No. There's nothing here set to disassemble.
It's almost what it does sound like, honestly.
Yeah, it sounds like that, I grant you. I have an explanation for it, really.
Looks like this migraine gel pad is starting to outlive its usefulness.
Oh dear.
As in, it's starting to lose its cold.
Ah.
It's slowly losing its cold and its stickiness. Because it's stuck to my forehead at the moment.
Gradually falling off, I take it?
A little bit, yeah.
And 5 tubes.
Cubes.
Tubes.
Cubes and cubes. And space engineers in a nutshell.
Very much.
Also, sounds like a title for a Minecraft update.
The tubes and
Sure
tubes
does.
update.
Okay. Then. Detach that. Now there should be nothing that can pull out of these.
One can hope.
Expect.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
It should just be a matter of hooking them to the conveyors over here by the autocrafters and then, well, by the autocrafter output storage. Then we should reliably end up in one of only a handful locations. At least.
Should and will are two very different situations, though.
You're not wrong, but give me some hope.
I will hope for you. I sounded very robotic saying that. Just, I will hope for you.
Sort of like portal turret.
Where are you?
I will help for you.
Come out. Come out. Ah. I should say. Ah.
Yeah, that tends to be how it goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Portal series was good.
Yeah.
What else do we need?
Okay, that was a bit of a hurt.
Why does this industrial assembler tell me that it can't craft any... Well, more specifically, I guess, why isn't it crafting any bulletproof glass?
Out of silicon?
It's got 75 in it.
Hmm.
Out of the 100 it apparently will need to make a silicon wafer. Oh, because it's still set for... okay. Right, this is the one that I used to dismantle the thruster components before I left on the Steely Dan. That's why that's not working.
Okay, I think just not even gonna chance that.
Note to
RTB.
self, I need to mark these things, but when would I do that?
Everything alright, Barrel?
You'll see when I get back.
That's a bad sound, isn't it?
The fact that I'm having to fight to keep it level right now is not encouraging, but I think that's multiplayer.
Wait, what am I? Oh! Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, you know how damage transfer works, that, oh, you banged something on the bottom, well, let's rip open the entire craft.
Goodbye to your main cargo container and 2 thrusters and... Oh my god. Talk about
All because
damage.
I bumped the ground.
Ouch.
And it, you know, of course, it doesn't take out the landing skids that are down there. No, those are fine.
Took out some.
A little bit, yeah.
Not many.
And a drill bit, you know. Okay.
Okay.
It's space engineers. What can you do? Let's see. That should have the blueprint. Yep. And
Here.
I mean, at this point, it's not like we don't have all the pieces we need to build this thing back up fast, so...
True.
At this point, you'd hope.
Well, I mean, you know, before it was a case of, oh crap, here's 180 motors that I need that we don't have now. Now it's like, oh, we've got 1,295 of those. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh no, whatever shall I do? We need steel plate. Oh, we've got 35,000 of that sitting right here.
I have however many steel plates I'm ever going to need over here. Don't even have to request them, they're just there. It's lovely. Okay, about a third of this large thruster so far.
Energy low.
Okay. So that is that side entirely piped up. Looks a bit.
Fuel low.
Oh.
Okay?
Fuel critical.
Yeah, around fuel.
Oh. That
Open
sounds very
sky.
bad. That sounds
Yeah.
extremely bad.
It's fine. I only lost 50% of my health.
Hmm. Doesn't sound very pleasant.
It happens.
Probably worth me loading this kobold full of steel blades and just getting other things done on this bit. Like a glove, except about 5 meters to the right. Managed to stop the kobold just level with the connector. So other than that slight, slight oversight. Oh, I've just seen the time. Okay. It's that kind of stream, huh?
Four and a half almost hours in, so yeah. Seems like it. Wait, is there really not a block down here? That's surprising. Hmm. Okay. Alright then. Guess that's just an extra place to put a gyroscope.
Well, we do love to have those.
They are useful.
Mm-hmm. Never have too many gyroscopes. Except for when your ship is like 5 pounds and you need to maneuver it carefully.
Yeah, no, in that case you can definitely have too many gyroscopes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hey Varel, can you
Mhm.
come over here for a moment?
There another target being redeemed.
Hmm? No.
Let's. Right.
That sounds like something you'd say if there was.
Down here. So this area at the front, this
Mhm.
entire interior section, I have no idea what I'm doing here. This interior section and the section below the main power core, completely empty at the moment. Nothing in there in the blueprint.
Well, this is
Go
where you
hog
put the big
wild.
freaking gun.
I mean, we have a pair of big freaking guns already. Like, if you peek down here, we have a pair of these mounted to the front. So,
Okay, that qualifies.
yeah, this is a big freaking gun. Also, there's 2 Spectres mounted up there as well.
And as my station can attest, Spectre's good.
Yes, Spectre's good. But yeah, there's space down here for stuff. I don't know what yet. So,
How are we for gas storage right now?
gas storage is all in the tail, basically, and there's hydrogen, there's small hydrogen tanks spread throughout the ship as well. So we should be fine on that. We've got a decent amount, I think.
I mean,
Reavers can.
definitely we can work in a mess hall of sorts. It's kind of a weird location for it, but
So the mess hall, I can actually show you where that is. So if you come back to here, this is our conference room, which is just at the back of the bridge. And then the mess hall, you come down here, and it's basically in here. This is where the kitchen and stuff is.
Okay, and then you said we already had quarters in here somewhere.
Yes, the quarters are in here.
So that you can afford the laundromat.
I just realized that this blueprint is slightly wrong. This is an older blueprint than the one that I've got at the moment. That's fine. It shouldn't matter too much. I can make the adjustments on the fly. They're not major adjustments. They're just visual things.
I mean, I could put like a...
But yeah, where these beds are, these are where yours and Lion's quarters are.
Mm-hmm.
And then up here is where mine is. So, mine's smaller than yours.
I could put in...
That's what he said.
I could put in a volleyball court. I mean, it's a nice big area, open enough. Or a basketball court. Maybe some sort of futuristic sports thing here. Space ball. I don't know. Actually, I could put a space ball in here.
Could put space balls in many places.
The DVD player, for instance.
Spaceball's the DVD player. Yeah, I have to think about that.
Be
That's
just far enough away to not get attacked. Just barely.
But yeah, I'm starting by welding all the conveyor systems first.
mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Unable to park. Those things are done. But man, oh no, they aren't done. Well, there's my problem. Let's try to activate some non-functional landing gear.
Remember, folks, if we hear what sounds like a bass beat from 3 rooms away, it's something hitting the shields. We learned this.
That's interesting. My client is definitely bugged out right now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not letting me repair any damaged blocks, and it's not letting me build blueprints off of them as a result.
Huh.
Unfortunate.
I need... I fix.
You fix?
I fix. We have the technology.
Do we though?
Do we have the technology, though?
Well, I mean, we just don't want to pay a lot. That's all.
Probably worth me building this shield. Right.
Fuel critical.
I will say I am enjoying, as unreliable as autocrafters may be when you're about 150 kilometers away from the host, I am enjoying seeing, whenever I draw stuff out, lights turn on to say this is now crafting again. It's nice. It's a nice little detail. Wish I could say the same with my refineries.
It is not a zombie-free planet. It's just that the zombies have abated for a little bit, Dragon Reaper.
The zombies are also the only threat either of you ever has to deal with.
Yes, I'm aware.
Really? I thought you were a Lucian.
Simple mistake.
can't kill me for that. You're 150 kilometers away.
Don't test me.
The RPG/tabletop equivalent phrase I should be responding with is "Don't happy taunt the GM."
I mean, considering Lying's a player in my campaign, yeah.
Burn through all the gold I got. Okay. Well, good thing I know where to get more. Maybe I can't bring the big drill, but it's fine. Okay, Kobold, your mission, if you choose to accept it, you don't really have a choice because you're a completely inanimate ship whose only main function really is to dock itself, is to go and get a whole bunch more gold. .8 kilometers that way. Ideally without sparking the attention of that Reaver Butcher. But yes, as we've apparently discovered from Pilfit, who I did not know was in your Discord, for the firstly, Lucian.
Yeah, they've always been there.
Yeah, I don't know who goes into your server. I barely go into your server.
I know that. That's why you don't know who goes into my server.
Exactly. Yeah, according to Pilfit, hostile encounters will work on a server
Yeah.
that isn't also your machine.
Yes, they won't work on client-side servers.
Mm-hmm.
Or they won't work properly on client-side servers.
Yes.
Which is good to know.
For
future
you.
Reference. Well, for future reference, because it basically means that next time we do something like this, I'll just host it on a client on a dedicated server.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Whole ton of gold. And then see if I can get one of the big thrusters on the miner done. And then I guess I have to call it for the evening, because my med alarm is about to go off in about 15 seconds. Yeah, apologies everyone who's been redeeming sandalets. Like, I don't know what's going on with it. I have the thing open, I've refreshed it like 15 times tonight, it hasn't been making noises properly. So you haven't been able to jump scare me with the sound of ravens and foxes. Woe indeed.
Woe is the...
But okay, now that I actually have a gold deposit and I have multiple silver and platinum and everything else deposits, I should be able to get the big miner working. Just not entirely tonight, because things have to process. And I probably should make an auto-crafter for thruster components, just so I'm not constantly sitting around for them. That and batteries, I think. Power cells. Also, I need to remember if I add an assembler that I specifically set to disassemble, I need to make sure to mark it differently. In fairness, that assembler was not meant to be disassembling things, it was just used because of, well, necessity.
The mother of all invention. And also usually the starter of both good ideas and bad ideas.
like beer, the solution to and cause of all life's problems.
Okay.
I wouldn't know, I'm teetotal, but still. Those gold deposits days are truly numbered.
Indeed.
Because right now, it's had me mining through it, now it's got the kobold mining into it, and then the next thing that will hopefully happen is the big miner will deal with it.
Mhm.
And that's definitely going to utterly destroy it. Oh hey, it's the rocks that I turfed out when I was handling. Still here, I see.
That's much better. There's a welder array set up next to where the docks are. With a button to turn them on and off, so that's a quick repair.
Sure it doesn't mind too much. I mean, it's not going to. It's like when you're removing someone's brain piece by piece. They mind about it less and less. In fact, they mind about most things less and less. It's like that scene from that one movie about cooking. I can't remember which one it was.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. My brain immediately went to Mrs. Doubtfire for some reason.
Yes, Mrs. Doubtfire, the famed movie where Robin Williams dresses as a nanny and like cross dresses as a nanny. Well, also well known for the scene where he's scooping out someone's brain. Of course. Now, I was thinking one of the Hannibal Lecter movies, but they're not named like Hannibal X, so I don't know off the top of my head which one it was.
There we go. It's probably just called Hannibal.
No, there is one called Hannibal. And there's like Silence of the Lambs, Red Dragon, I think, is one of them. And there might be like a Hannibal Origin, but I don't know if that was like the Wolverine Origins movie and everyone hates it. Not surprisingly, not my area of expertise. Hannibal movies.
Energy low.
Although, speaking of, like, classic horror movies, they're adding the Xenomorph to Dead by Daylight.
Oh. All
I
right.
don't know how, exactly, yet. I don't know how they're doing any of this mechanically. But it was weird, firstly, because it meant a whole bunch of people were shoving a tweet from the Dead by Daylight account at me the day that they announced it. It's like, yeah, I guess I don't have a choice here. I have to buy this DLC and play this game again. Damn it. But it used to be that like the Xenomorph was an example of a horror movie monster that you couldn't reasonably add to Dead by Daylight. In part because like the whole game design model of Dead by Daylight is the monster downs people, picks them up, puts them on hooks, and then the entity ultimately eats them. How do you do that when you're playing the Xenomorph, whose only instinct is to murder?
I mean, I guess the
Take
same
out.
way the Stranger Things thing does it.
Well, the Stranger Things Demogorgon is like actually semi-intelligent and capable of following directions. The Xenomorph, unless the entity is a Xenomorph queen, it doesn't make much sense. Also, I would hecking love to play the Xenomorph Queen in Dead by Daylight.
Who knows?
And she's the size of a
Might be thing.
T-Rex.
I doubt that the Xenomorph Queen will ever be a thing that you could
Yeah,
play in
the
Dead by
the only
Daylight.
way it makes the slightest degree of sense to me is that they replace the hooks with like facehugger eggs, because that is a thing that the xenomorphs are known for, picking, like, capturing people and taking them too and pinning them in place. That makes sense. If they replace the hooks with xenomorph eggs, and you have to wriggle out of the resin before the facehugger emerges or something, that
Yeah,
makes
maybe.
sense. But that then violates the Dead by Daylight narrative of you put them on hooks to feed the entity with their suffering. And that's before we even get into how the xenomorph moves. Which is going to require giving every map, like, 3 different nav meshes for this one killer. Like, maybe you can treat it like the way Freddy and Sadako and the Demogorgon do, just make it do portals, except those portals are actually vents. But that might be boring and also on the nose.
Yeah. I don't know. I suppose the big difficulty with the Xenomorph is, like, its intelligence level, but I think, realistically, what they're probably just going to end up doing is...
He'll just be a Demogorgon reskin for the most part, I think.
Yeah, probably.
To be fair, there are ways to just kill in Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that's the next thing. Those are called those are called Moris. There are ways to just down a survivor and kill them outright.
Yeah.
Usually, that's a great way to get a terrible score in Dead by Daylight, something which is possible to achieve and realistic to want. So you don't want to be doing them all the time, but that's like the only thing the Xenomorph does when the Queen's not involved.
Maybe you just get to play a miniature Xenomorph Queen. Tiny Xenomorph Queen.
Chibi Morph.
Chibi Morph.
Like I said, it would make most sense to just reskin the Xenomorph, to just reskin the Demogorgon, just put out, like, a cosmetic set. Which they've done before.
Yeah.
Not to, like, turn one brand integration killer into another, but I can't see it realistically being much more than that. Then again, I think Dead by Daylight might have jumped the shark when they added literally just Nicolas Cage as a survivor. Just
actually
literally
did that?
Nicolas Cage. They actually did that. That is an actual survivor that you can play in Dead by Daylight. Nicolas
Okay.
Cage. I don't know why exactly they did that, but they did. I mean, Ash Williams, Bruce Campbell's famous character, makes sense, I guess, but just literally Nicolas Cage.
Literally Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, just there's nothing special. It's just Nicolas Cage.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that seems about right. Like, who wouldn't want to play Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight?
Well, me for one, or else I probably would have gone back at that point.
Well, fair enough.
I think they mostly built his survivor around his kind of mystique, his general.
His mystique?
Yeah, as a complete lunatic, but also good actor.
Okay.
That's the only way I can describe his. Like, I could read you out like his teachable perks as a survivor, and it would make about as much sense. Okay.
I mean, come on, they could at least do it off of the
1,000 kilograms. There we go.
They could do it off the Rock Nicolas Cage, so that way you can at least have the Rocket Man line.
Maybe. saying that, they added Bruce Campbell. They didn't add a Deadite killer. Which is honestly a real missed opportunity, because their whole thing is possession. Then again, they added Legion, a killer who's meant to have like multiple identities. I like the concept of Legion in Dead by Daylight. I wish they'd done better with the implementation, because all of the killers, like Legion's one of the proprietary ones. All of the killers are based on like old concepts that show up in 80s horror movies, chiefly that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Legion was the thing of people are getting serial killed and we don't know who the killer is. It could be anybody. So Legion is meant to be like 4 different people, except that it's actually just one person with 4 different skins that you can choose before you start the match. It would be so much more interesting if there was actually like a way to hide yourself among the survivors. It's like, okay, maybe there's like four like bots effectively, and they act like survivors, but you can possess them at different times as the Legion.
Okay. I mean, that would be... I think that might be a little complicated.
Yeah, it would be harder to do, and then at the time when Legion was released, I don't think that could have been done. Now they have, like, Mr. X and Wesker from Resident Evil, and when they're on the map, it just spawns AI zombies, so it's not as impossible anymore. There's also the twins, who are literally 2 entities at once that you can hop in between.
Interesting.
Also, Legion's mechanics have always been kind of annoyingly bad. Like, it introduced a bleeding mechanic, and it didn't work very well. Suffice it to say, so nobody bothered, or everyone was just annoyed by it more than anything else. Made me think of the TF2 spy short. Yeah, that's how Legion should play, honestly. It could be any one of us. This spy has already breached our defenses. Yada yada. Like, that would be really damn cool. But unfortunately, Dead by Daylight has more or less just stuck to its original gameplay, and that hasn't evolved, honestly. They keep adding all of these different killers, and it still boils down to run around a pallet, whack survivors, pick them up, and hook them 3 times.
Yeah. It's a bit samey.
And then the fourth guy gets the vent, gets the hatch, etc. But yeah. Also, the community is not pleasant. Suffice to say. No, it's very toxic. Which killer is my favorite? The pig.
Oink.
Amanda is absolutely my favorite. Now after that, I think it's the spirit. Who's a little harder to play now because she, even in her like spirit invisible mode, she still has collision, so she moves through a survivor. Now she didn't used to do that, and that's a problem because survivors don't actually render when you're in spirit vision.
Interesting.
So like it used to be the whole point of spirit was you go into spirit mode so that you can like rapidly come up on somebody and grab them and such. Now you can't because they are as protected from you whilst you're in spirit mode as you are from them. So, They nerfed they nerfed spirit quite considerably over the years.
Oh dear.
And then admittedly they also nerfed Amanda. Amanda's whole thing was she kind of has 2 abilities. She can crouch, in which case her terror radius, the thing that lets the survivors know where you are, turns off.
Just straight off?
Just completely off. But you can't attack normally in that situation. You have to like rev up and then stab somebody with like a lunge, basically. Which was very funny actually, because it makes the whilst you're revving up, it makes a noise, and if you just spam click, it sound It sounds like a pig oinking is what it sounds like. So people
Okay.
enjoyed that. Yeah, her other thing, which is her main thing, that lunge attack can be very useful if you know how to use it. But her main thing is these head traps because she's a killer from Saw. So she downs a survivor, gives them a nice hat as a party favor, and it used to be that when the next generator was repaired, the trap would start ticking, and you had like only so much time before it exploded and killed you. And to stop that from happening, you had to run around the map to various different
Locations.
boxes to like play the puzzles and get the key to get the thing off. And if
Yeah.
you tried to leave by any means, the trap would go off. So it was a way to like waste survivor time and buy yourself a little bit more time before the gates got powered and whatnot, yada yada yada. And then they just steadily made it not actually do any of that.
Fuel low.
Like it used to be, you could get out by using the hatch, even if you had a ticking thing on, or it was only while it was ticking. Then they just removed that it actually kills you even when you go out the gates, so it has to run out of time. In which case, there's not actually much reason to get rid of it because you can probably get the gates open faster than you can find the right key. And also, there's only like 4 of them, 5 at a stretch, so it's not actually like bad odds, really. They kept nerfing my girl. It's so unfortunate.
Oh, the zombies are out.
Oh, are they?
Nature is healing.
Nope.
There we go. More gold.
Inventory full.
I feel like these dangerous encounters shouldn't be spawning at a space station. Here I am. There's frosted components again.
Okay. I've added an extra set of crew quarters near the front of the ship,
Oh.
just for additional purposes if needed.
Guest room.
Guest rooms, yeah. Filling in some of the space.
Here's my
inside.
least favorite killer, and do I prefer Survivor or Killer? I used to play Killer exclusively, but that was admittedly because at the time, the most common mechanic that survivors had to deal with was called struggling, which is anytime you're trying to like get off the killer's shoulder because they're carrying you to a hook, or any time where you're on the hook and you need to like get off it to like, or at least not die immediately. You had to button mash, basically. And that was fine, unless, like me, you had a hacked up wrist. Then it just became pain. The fast track to carpal tunnel. And that was the case for years.
Isn't
So that's
that
why I was
still
a
the
killer.
case?
No, they did actually change it now. So now it's
Oh.
like now it's kind of more like skill checks where you just left click on the right moment,
Okay.
which is way better.
Fair
But by that point, I was already like not playing, so it was a little irrelevant to me. As for who's my least favorite killer, bearing in mind I haven't played them in a very long while, I'm gonna say my least favorite was possibly the K-pop killer. Is the only way I can describe him, because I don't remember what his epithet is.
Ah.
Let me see if I can look real quickly. Let's see, the clown wasn't bad, he was kind of annoying. I did enjoy the plague, I will say.
I think
Ghost-
the Plague is my
Ghostface was kind of annoying.
least favorite killer. In
Oh yeah,
Dead
but
by
the,
Daylight.
she has earned the like nickname of Vommy Mommy.
Yeah, that's
like,
kind of
like-
the reason why I don't like her. I've gotta be honest.
Hey, I didn't get to play Blight much. Deathslinger seems fairly straightforward. Ghostface was a nuisance just because the survivors have the power to cancel out his ability, which obviously meant that you would generally just get one person following you around the map, staring at you at every opportunity. So you couldn't do anything with it. Trickster is the one I was thinking of, G1 Hack. His main thing is that he throws, like, throwing knives at you. So you'd think that would get you on the ground real quick, but no. He needs to fill you with like a dozen knives before you will actually hit the ground.
Interesting.
Yeah, not very effective.
But yeah, no. The Plague is probably my least favorite killer when it comes to Dead by Daylight, mainly because of the vomiting part.
That's fair.
It squicks me out, to be honest.
That's fair. That's
yeah, no. I think my favorite killer in Dead by Daylight. I mean, probably Legion, to be honest. Just
Oh, really?
yeah, just the ability to change the appearance of your character. And it's kind of the other thing of like, well, it's Legion or Doctor.
Doctor is fun. Yes.
Yeah.
Having his like on-demand like sonar ping for where the survivors are. That is
Bearing in mind that I've actually never played Dead by Daylight, I've only watched it. Yeah, I would have to say that either Legion or Doctor. Legion for style, and Doctor for play, as it were.
It was my least favorite to go against, also totally fair. My least favorite to go against was the Doctor. Because the Doctor has this mechanic of insanity, and we can talk about the ableism of that, yet that is a horror thing till the cows come home. But the problem I had with that was more of an accessibility issue, which is that the more insane that you get from the Doctor zapping you, the less reliably positioned are your HUD elements.
Oh.
Yeah, so like when you're doing when you're doing like skill checks for fixing up a generator, the skill check will be in a random location. So not where you're looking. And quite frequently that you need to be getting them at just the right moment, so it gets to be a massive pain when that happens.
I can imagine.
Let's see, what's the weather in space? Clear, apparently. How convenient. The skill bar thing can go... Yeah, it can also go backwards. I forgot about that part. It's... I did not like that. Like... It seemed to me that, UI layout is a thing that should be immutable. So, having a killer whose whole power is make it not immutable. Not happy with that, personally.
Why are you not into the system? What am I missing? this welder... Oh, is it this? Hold on. No, that block's fully done. So... that links through that. Goes up there. Into that. And that is linked into that system. So that should be connected. So why aren't you? That's why. One conveyor that was hidden behind a block that wasn't fully welded.
Oh dear.
It's fine. It's an easy fix. We. It also means the Spectres now have a welding system under them.
Oh.
Though, I'm not happy with how it looks, but not really much I can do about that.
Yeah.
It's basically just a hole in the deck underneath the gun. I'm like, it's not like I can do anything to fix that.
Yeah.
Not like I have any choice, King, because I don't have any compound blocks. The one thing that would make this game so much better. The one thing that would fix this game in so many ways.
Also, kind of one of the hardest to possibly implement.
Yeah, but it would be worth it, I think.
$402 more thruster components, and the large miner will be able to reverse.
Nice.
Not go forwards, but
Just
reverse.
Okay. Well, you'll get there.
Might be worth me putting... I'd prefer, really, to be putting a yield module on them, but it might be worth me putting some speed modules on the gold ore refinery.
Oh, come on. Don't do that, you stupid little tank.
Okay, I'll just be mean.
Well,
Also, I'm
it's
really more of a
being mean
DPS.
to me. It's fighting back.
I'm the tank. I used to be a Reinhardt main.
I also used to be a Reinhardt main.
Wait, really?
Really?
Alright. So you are a tank.
I was for Overwatch. See, I played, like, Reinhardt for a season, I played Orisa, did a little bit of Lucio whenever we needed a healer. Pharah I enjoyed, Reaper I enjoyed, but mainly I did play a lot of Moira.
I think my mains were Reinhardt for tank. Love me Reinhardt. Never really went any other tank unless I just wanted to play around, in which case I'd take on Hammond.
Energy
Because Hamster Ball, basically.
Yeah, I didn't really play by the time that he was in, but yeah.
I sort of stopped playing just after he was added. But...
Oh, I'd forgotten about the Dredge. Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't know exactly what the story with that one's meant to be. It seemed like that was the point where it was leaving these are horrible people and more just these are horrible things to encounter on a night out. The Dredge is a killer that can teleport via the lockers that survivors can hide in, basically.
That sounds awful.
It sounds worse in... It sounds less pleasant in concept than it ended up being.
Okay.
And Freddy, as the Nightmare, got, like, a lot of reworks over the years.
fuel low.
There. Gold again. Get more
Fuel
heavily anyways.
critical.
Alright, I gotta reconnect here, because this is just massive desync on trying to control the miner right now.
Oh dear. That sounds like a great way to get to a... That sounds like a great way to get utterly
Do
hacked.
you need me to park it?
No, I've got it down on the ground, and it's locked down at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know. I've already managed to have to get it out of being flip turtle, so... But now it's just drifting all over the place. The gyros are acting way the heck up, so... I'm gonna just go ahead and reload to see if that works.
I was hoping.
I mean, maybe it might be a me thing, so if I reload, it might... I don't know.
Yeah, we'll do my end because that's easiest to test out and see if that fixes it. So
Sure enough.
because the other thing is also, I mean, I was trying to lug around one of those large hydrogen tanks, so yeah, that kind
well,
of
Yeah, that's kind of heavy.
it's heavy, so I can understand it. But as soon as I dropped it and wasn't even carrying it anymore, it was still acting up. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe the internet is collapsing under the weight of everyone downloading Baldur's Gate 3 right now.
So possible.
Mhm. What am I missing? Oh, it is actually empty. Oh. Well, time to shove another gyroscope in there. I'm just shoving gyroscopes into random pockets of this ship.
I mean, if it works.
Yeah.
How did all of my assemblers get their repeat turned off? No, but I would like it to not be the case, please. Just wondering why I'm completely dry out of steel plates. Answer, because none are getting made.
Hmm.
Bit of a bother, that.
Just a bit.
Yeah, they're highly overrated. Just build everything out of duct tape.
Yeah, I prefer not to.
I mean, you never know. Bolts could just bounce right off of it.
I get the feeling that that won't be the case, but never
You don't know
tried,
enough about
so-
duct tape to prove it.
I mean, in Space Engineers, why does half the physics work out the way they do in Space Engineers?
That's true.
Alright, let that load in. Actually, the other question is... Any damage left that... Hooray! And all the damage that I couldn't fix on the miner is fixed.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So that was definitely something up with my client.
Do I think this explosive shipment is going to get close enough to be attacked? Does this thing even have thrusters?
I would imagine it does.
I actually don't see any.
Like, really?
Yeah,
Huh.
well, it has tiny warfare thrusters just snuck in there. That is it.
Clever.
Yeah. It's also got Gatling turrets, so I'm not going to go up against it. As helpful as it might be.
Hmm.
It's somewhat worryingly heading in roughly the same direction as the platinum ore I need to go mine.
Okay, I have to baby this thing up here. but I can lift this hydrogen tank.
Do you need me to stick a weld pad under it?
If we've that and anywhere we have that I can put it that I do not have to try to tilt this thing.
There's one weld pad on the end of the thing next to the thrusters.
Okay, I think I can get there.
I'll stick a weld pad on the underneath of the thing.
I have to do a little bit of a twist, but I'll save that for the very end, because as soon as I do that, that seems to be when it's just enough to throw it out of control.
Okay, I'm coming. Forward facing point is now well padded.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, folks do want to see like me, quote unquote, playing with xenomorphs. The Witch is still playing Alien Dark Descent tomorrow, and their model has a few new additions.
Oh no, what have you done?
Why is it eliciting that response from you exactly?
Because the last time we talked about xenomorphs on this stream, I don't even want to think about it.
It's nothing dreadful. They have an actual controller as part of their model now, rather than just a GIF I put on the screen.
Okay, to the PNG model, right?
No, to
Sorry.
the actual live 2D model.
Yeah, to the PNG tuber model.
No,
What?
they started with a PNG tuber. They then upgraded to full-blown live 2D.
Oh, you've done. Oh,
That happened a while ago.
I haven't been following the adventures of your VTuber model. I've got to be honest, lying.
Yeah, you and everybody else.
No, I assume that there's been a lot of work put into it. It's just
Oh,
I don't
God,
have the time to follow everyone's VTuber adventures.
Yeah, no, they actually have like face tracking and
Do
stuff
you want
now.
me to try, Farrell?
And
I'm
now
fighting
their
the
little
wind
video
here
game
mostly,
controller's actually
and
part of the model, so it moves
every
around
time
and
I
even has
get it
physics.
somewhere, I start
Yeah,
tipping.
but I probably have better control because
Connection.
Almost. Oh.
Honestly, if I get out, it's gonna go over. The
Get out
control
now
is
and
that
I'll
fine.
switch.
Oh yes, their
There we go.
live 2D model now also has legs. Which meant
You
I had
have
to figure out how
legs?
to... Yeah, the model never had legs because it was always waist up. In no version up until now has the Witch's model actually had legs, which was fine in the PNG tuber era, but with Live 2D, if I sit back in my chair a little bit, it zooms out, so you can totally see that there is nothing below the waist.
Interesting.
I have now amended this.
You have to tip forward a bit. You're on an angle.
I still stalwartly refuse to
Little
draw
more?
hands or feet, but nonetheless, they have legs. Which is another thing that was kind of invisible. It's just because you don't see below the waist, you also don't
Is
see
the
their
weld pad
hands.
broken?
Which
Oh,
is
no.
also
No, it's
why
not.
their video
Lift
game
it up a
controller
little
is
bit.
levitating.
And I'll just build a platform out under it. It'll help place it.
Hold on. I've almost got it. There we go.
There you go.
Nice. She's all yours.
Oof. Do we really need that other hydrogen tank that's down there that's full?
We're on a water planet, Farrell. We're on a water planet.
Okay, I think we
no.
can go ahead and tear that one down then.
Yeah, no, I think we can. I think we don't.
So
I
I see
think-
landmasters. You are plainly not on a water planet.
We are on a
This is
planet
the,
that is covered in water.
This is the Top Gear. I think we've collectively completed that challenge as a team.
Yeah. Oh boy. Right. I need to make sure that.
It's astonishing to me that I'm not currently in the gravity. Torse, mouth, all that. What I'm hearing is that the Witch skipped leg day until recently. I mean, it's never entirely clear how deep the Witch is standing in water during their streams. So... it's conceivable that they were just always underwater until now. There's the platinum that looks suspiciously like snow. My space engineer is not actually mining platinum, it's just raw cocaine.
I don't think that's how that works, but sure.
Well, if you take enough of it, you'll think that's how it works. Take
I
enough
don't-
of it, suddenly your tools start working faster, as far as you can tell. Yeah, there's other details I would like to add to the Witch's model. The Witch's model has been fairly neglected this past year since since the inception of the Live 2D model. Just it's a lot more work than it was to make it for PNG. But also, the Witch's model in PNG was so complex it was freezing the program that was running it.
You gotta upgrade sometime.
Unfortunately, I can't afford to, so it's at the rate that I have time to do it and can figure out how. Like the PNG model had like a little fireball Hitodama spirit friend in some modes that I haven't figured out how to put into the Live 2D model. Because it doesn't really have gift support.
Bit of a problem now. I don't know what I'm doing.
Story of
I
your
guess
life?
I should- kind of, yeah. Bit. Just a little bit. I'm a content creator with no idea what I'm doing, which I think is most of us, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
A little
Mr.
bit.
Beast, for instance, doesn't seem to understand that there's a labor strike going on.
What?
He did a thing, and officially, the thing had a permission slip, effectively, to, like, happen during the strike.
Okay.
But that still means he crossed the picket line.
Right.
Just because somebody gives you a permission slip does not mean you should do it. But why am I not surprised from the guy who saw Squid Game and thought it would make a great TV series to actually make?
Okay.
Evidently not realizing he's the villain.
I don't know. Some people in the content creation space are a little bit.
Dense.
I was gonna say cuckoo, but that also works.
Yeah, I don't like that there are 4 different red signals on my screen at the moment. Oh dear. It's fine, it's fine. None of them will come close enough to notice me, I'm sure. That said, I'm going to suspiciously make a hasty exit. General direction of home.
Fuel low.
Oh no.
Oh no?
Uh,
Why oh no?
I'm running out of fuel
Critical.
again.
Oh. Nothing to be concerned about, I'm sure.
No, it's not too bad in gravity. Because in gravity, you just go down. In space, however, it is a bit of a problem.
Parallax and Ember will fight each other, won't they?
Sometimes. Not always.
Yeah. Curses, I was hoping I could distract them with each other.
Um, like, if they hit each other while you're in between them, yeah, they'll fight each other. I think. I think that's how it works. But I don't quite remember. It has been a while.
I think I'm gonna dodge the patrol drone quite happily, and I'm 7.5 kilometers from the parallax ships, so I think I'm in the clear. Turn my lights off just so they don't see me. Phew. Safe.
Hmm.
Was something at 3 kilometers, but it just rapidly despawned, it seems. Fine by me.
Hmm.
Right. Got about 40,000 kilograms of platinum ore on me. That should hopefully be enough to finish up at least one of these big thrusters. That take
One would hope.
960 thruster components each. Ugh. Figures the second I go into spectator, try and look at what this Mayday signal is, and it vanishes. It's probably a trap, but occasionally it's actually a Mayday.
But probably a trap.
But probably a trap, yes. God, it's just occurred to me, we have cleanup turned off, don't we?
What do you mean?
Well, like, if things are unpowered or far away from a player, they won't despawn.
Some of them will despawn, others won't. It's a little weird.
Just thinking that means that there is an ever-increasing debris field around my station.
Well, what I'll probably do at some point over the next end of session will be to run through and just delete a bunch of stuff that isn't needed. That's what I did. That's what I do every few sessions, is I just delete the debris field, as it were.
Combat phase now active. Kobold Miner. Puckers. Or clenches, I guess, more specifically.
Okay. All 8 hydrogen generators on the arena are online,
Nice.
as well as the secondary refinery.
Where is my beautiful station that I love so much? Is it gonna render soon?
No.
Four kilometers. the big miner is going to be so worth it.
I'm
There it is. Ah. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Sees 4 red
Energy
signals, and so that is how
low.
long lost another ship. I mean, at least we have successfully made the progress this evening that now if I lose a ship, I can actually rebuild it again.
Indeed.
Progress.
Didn't have that at the start.
Progress.
That's what I like to say. Things accomplished.
Indeed. And I have pretty much the entirety of the front of the Carina completed, minus the lower thrusters.
The big mine will be worth it until it gets destroyed by who knows what. That's why there are shield generators on it. Just in case. The big miner is also meant to be a scrap retrieval ship, so... I swear this miner used to have hotkeys. Why does it no longer have hotkeys? Oh,
Are
there
you
we
on
go.
a different toolbar?
No, but for some reason, Control G made its actual native hotbar go away.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah. Have an explanation for that one. Yeah, the big miner will also have the benefit of only having to go out like once in a blue moon, basically. We'll just go out, scoop up an entire ore deposit, and then sit idle in the station.
Fair enough.
At least that's the hope.
Well,
I need-
that is probably what it'll do.
Yeah, if I need more, then, oh dear.
Oh dear,
Energy
indeed.
critical.
There we go. Platinum steadily.
No, here come the zombies.
Yep.
Screaming at the top of their lungs. I can hear the very, very short brrr of the mic in the background.
Well, it's even better because now I've got 4 guns up on it.
Oh, you've got 4?
Yep.
Nice. Oh, wow.
Each one of the
that is
drills has got
loud.
one. Oh yeah.
Wait, are they still firing?
No, I think it's a sound glitch. Oh, they are.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to restart on that one, boys. I'm sorry. I can't hear you over the
Hang
sound
on.
of the miniguns constantly firing.
Hang on, let me see if I can put down shut down if that will take care of it.
No, it's still going.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
so far away. Okay, but find a place to
Yep, I'm safe.
1 second, 1 second.
God, that is so loud.
I'm in a cryo.
Why?
Oh.
Safe flying?
I'm safe. I'm in cryo.
Oh my god, that was so loud.
Okay,
Oh.
so maybe not 4 of those.
No, maybe just 2. Maybe stick to 2.
I mean, they accomplished their objective.
Oh yeah, they were
Yeah,
nailing zombies all over
they
the place
accomplished
there.
their objective and then proceeded to deafen me for a minute and a half.
The function of a system is what it does.
What? The function is to deafen me?
Yeah,
Well, no, the function of it is to deter a threat.
yeah. Lucian.
Were you deterred?
Or as I have you nicknamed on my friends list, apparently, Lulu.
I mean, I don't know when you did that line, but fair enough. It is known that usually only close friends call me Lulu, so I guess you qualify now? Question mark? I
You're
don't
saying
know.
we're friends?
I would assume we're friends, considering we've been working together for like almost 2 years at this point.
You and I both know that does not mean we're friends.
I would consider you a friend.
Is it back yet?
It is loading. Hold on. I like how the tooltip on my screen right now is failure is not an option.
About that.
About that. Apparently we failed too hard.
Well, I have on occasion been been called a try-hard, but never a fail-hard.
And see, that's why I replace it with the Mythbusters quote. Failure is always an option.
As long as you stood behind the bulletproof glass.
Oh god. I recently, when I was browsing Tumblr, I saw a GIF from one of the Mythbusters episodes. And you never quite realize how far they go to prove, like, scientific principles in that show. But it was essentially the GIF of firing a football at 60 miles per hour out the back of a truck that is traveling at 60 miles per hour to see if it would stop in midair. And the physics principles tell us that it will, theoretically. But seeing it actively happen is another thing entirely.
Yeah, the properties of physics are that relative to the planet, it should stop because you're directly countering its velocity in different directions. But then seeing it, like, I think they did that with like a bowling ball at some point as well. It's just like it gets shot out of the car and drops relative to the earth straight down.
It just goes straight down. They managed it so point perfect that it doesn't even wiggle to the side, it just goes bonk.
Yep.
It is so wonderful to see things like that.
Yeah, and then
honestly.
they had their different gradients as well. It wasn't like it wasn't just myth busted and myth proven or whatever it was. They had like myth plausible, which is, can we replicate the results using only what was in the myth, like exploding the exploding water heater that goes like as a rocket through the house. It's like we couldn't replicate it as per the myth, but if we turned off basically every safety mechanism in the boiler, sure.
But yeah, I really enjoyed Mythbusters as a show.
It's so good.
I still
feel
watch Tested. I still watch Adam Savage on YouTube.
Same. I feel like we need more more good science education like Mythbusters these days. It's just gotten more and more of a necessity in more recent years.
So yeah, surprisingly, yes.
Unfortunately, like horrifyingly.
Do we not have any ice in the system?
It's possible.
It's highly possible if you had 602 generators going to eat it up.
802 generators.
Ooh,
But
yeah, that
Still enough.
Fair enough.
I mean, all you should have to do is just flip the collector back on.
true.
Start harvesting again.
Okay. 140 first components. I'll be done for the evening.
Alright, I've disabled 2 of the miniguns on the miner.
Thank you.
For all of our sanity, yes.
Yeah.
All of our sanity?
For mine, definitely.
Lucian sanity.
And for mine and for my stream, I think.
I mean, you frequently do things that negatively impact my stream. I don't see the problem here.
Not negatively to that degree.
Not intentionally, is that what we're saying?
Not to the... Well, not intentionally, and not to the point of actively killing everyone's eardrums.
It was very loud, yeah. And I've already got space engineers pretty tamped down because just full noise.
So do I.
Okay, that was a nice bit of chunkage there. Something big must have just spawned in.
No. That was me loading a blueprint.
Okay, never mind.
So, you weren't necessarily wrong.
Well, yeah, this is true.
I was reloading the current projected blueprint on the Karina.
Are you going all tipsy all of a sudden?
There we go. Why is my fan blowing out air and yet this place is not pressurizing?
Alright.
No leaks, apparently. And yet...
Is there enough oxygen in the tank?
I mean, it's still pumping, that's for sure. Check my tanks. Some of these tanks are filled 100%.
I don't know.
Stop doing that. Get out of there.
Ah, there we go. Oh, we have a berserker coming in. Is it actually going to, I wonder? Is it going to have a try if it thinks it's hard enough?
Who knows? It might.
So far, since the shield buff, nothing has actually tried to kill me. So...
Okay, fine. That one really just wants to be unloaded manually then. All right.
Hmm?
I dropped off a cargo container and it just absolutely would not weld itself. So then I dropped it and now it's managed to wedge itself underneath the,
I see.
We could have done this the easy way. But nope, it's gotta take the hard way.
Well, you know. It's space engineers. The easy way is never as easy as it looks.
True indeed. There we go. I think I have Space Engineers in-game completely turned up. Yes. I think this music sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try and mess with the jukebox. Get some nice beats going on over here.
Hmm.
You'd think with like the industrial edition they would have something.
No, you'll have Kevin McLeod and you'll like it.
In fairness, Kevin McLeod has supported so many YouTubers' careers
Oh, God,
over the
yes.
years.
Sweet Christ, yes.
Mhm.
There we go, that's better.
Okay. Getting there. We're getting there. The other side is starting to become complete. That should fit. I think.
Weird that the jukebox just keeps playing in a completely depressurized room. Not gonna
Well,
look into
it's-
that much.
Yeah. Who knew that sound traveled so well in a depressurized environment?
Yeah, through a vacuum.
Hmm.
Looks much better. Alright. Just need one more sliding door here, and I should have that little pass-through area that's oxygenated and has the survival kit.
Hmm.
No particularly fancy airlock, but it'll do.
Better than nothing.
More than I had at the start of the story.
You kind of need an airlock at times, though, especially in this world.
I mean, you don't.
Hmm?
I'm in space, on the other hand.
Well, we'll be coming to space soon, and we've got a
True.
couple of airlocks on this thing, so. Still a decent chunk of work to do, but we're getting there. There's the warfare battery I knew was going to come up soon. Okay.
Faster jetpack, faster. The Reaver is gaining.
Must go faster, must go faster.
Whee! Okay, that was a railgun round that just went right past my head.
Oh dear.
Whoa, whee.
Whoa, there go the station's weaponry.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, and the Reaver just smashed into the station.
Yeah.
Shield
Oh, and
seems
because
to be
we're-
holding up though.
Yeah, but because we relogged, I can't actually see how much it is. Okay, we're doing okay.
The Reaver is not happy.
I don't blame it. It was
It's
probably
just-
expecting to actually, like, do damage there.
It is. It just hit an asteroid.
Yeah, I think it might be dead.
I think it's very dead. But it does have some ion thrusters on it. Well, kind of. Well.
Is that now a had?
It has some, but I'm not sure what condition they're in. But it's currently floating next to the asteroid, and it's not going much further.
I don't
So it
see
might-
much left of it.
No, there's a lot of parts left of it.
Oh yeah, nothing,
It's
nothing
the-
cohesive.
No, there's a couple of ion thrusters in there. That
Oh,
are-
I see it, I see it. I see what's left of it.
Not sure how much, but you know.
Yeah, not much.
Oh, it's a small grid. Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at. I didn't really have a good perspective on it because I'm a spectator. I thought it was large grid. But no.
No. If a large grid rammed the station, it would probably do something.
Well, in fairness, I watched the energy shields bounce it off, so I think the
Yeah.
energy shields held up pretty well on that.
That was not a particularly dangerous one, but oi, that railgun shot going right past me. Oi.
That's a fun wake-up call.
It's nice to see a thing doing the thing it was intended to do.
Energy low.
Okay. So, once we finish the forward section barrel, and we finish the ring section, then we can detach the ship and move it forward. Because we'll need to detach it and move it forward to a secondary connection point so that we can fill in the back, because otherwise we'll end up.
Right, we're building into
Yeah.
the rock face at that point. Yep.
Yeah. So we need to weld up everything in the ring sections. And everything at the front. But once that's done, we can move it. And that shouldn't take too much, I don't think.
You think?
I don't think, no. Okay.
Go on, I put a camera in the back of this thing.
Ooh, God.
For the best.
God damn zombie.
Oh, shit.
Are you dead?
Fuel critical.
No, but I
Are you dying?
ran out of fuel just as I got attacked from behind by a zombie. So,
Ah,
nasty combination.
I should imagine. Look, large bit of ice near the station. Wonder where that came from.
Yeah, I'm sure that was just popped out the cosmic ether.
Yeah, probably.
Turret, there's a... I'm out of ammo again. God damn it.
See, if you set up an autocrat for it, this wouldn't keep happening.
Well, no,
No,
they're interior
they're
turrets.
interior.
Oh, then they're garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I wanted to get something up down there because we just kept getting into flash mob all the time.
Yeah.
Flash mobs are good for advertising purposes of, like, J-pop
Oh,
bands.
no,
or something.
apparently
I don't-
one of the interior turrets was just off,
Huh.
and the other one's out of ammo. Weird. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Now it's
knows?
on. How are we looking on the disassembly barrel?
Getting there.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'm focusing on unloading cargo containers that are down there right now. Oh my... Why? This wind is just blowing me everywhere right now. I mean, I've got thrust full to the right, and I'm not moving at all. Connector. Come on. Lock me up.
Oh yeah, I did put some I did put some, like, spotlights onto this ship, and then I realized they're completely worthless
A little bit.
because the model for the model for the excavator drill interferes with them is the best way to put it, I think. So it can't actually shoot power, like it can't actually shoot light through the thing. So I still can't actually see anything. The excavator might be, like, far and away the best drill that could theoretically exist short of mining away an entire planet, at least. But it is so impractical.
I'm just watching Farrell chase down a zombie with his mining ship.
I didn't even
With
chase it down.
miniguns just going. Brr, brr, brr.
I didn't even know that was there. He just went pew and flung off in a completely different direction.
I wonder how much shield this thing will have when it's got its two shield generators in.
What, the Karina?
No, the miner.
Oh, the miner. Are they large fuel generators or
They're-
small?
It's large grid, small shield generators.
Large grid smalls. That'll be around... are you going with upgrades or not?
Nope.
No.
This thing is not meant to be in a protracted fight.
That'll be around 400,000 shield then.
So basically, those 2 shield generators will be as much shield as the entire station had until that change.
Yes.
Right. Good to know.
Which is a decent amount to keep you alive, I think.
I mean, that's what it was for a while.
Yeah.
Unless
Like
an orc showed up.
it'll let you escape, essentially.
Hmm. This thing is not meant to be a tank, it is meant to be a tanker.
Hmm.
Ramming speed? No. I don't think this is going to have as much success with the ramming approach as the station just did. Although, unlike the station, it can actually, like, prepare to ram. The Reaper had to help us out a fair bit there. One. So many. There are so many batteries in this thing, it's gonna be an absolute nightmare to weld those up.
Gonna need a welding for that.
I have a welding ship.
I'm pulling out these welders. I don't like them.
Does it count as ramming speed if you need the enemy to ram you? Does that count as a ramming maneuver?
I would say it counts as a braking maneuver.
In that we're breaking them.
Well, yeah, you know. Still. Because you're not
Advanced
technically
friction
ramming,
braking.
you're stopping.
Right, chat, note for later. Whenever I am done building this miner, the modules on these refineries in red are to be removed. I'm telling chat that because I will have forgotten by the weeks that is done. I wonder what that weapon was that buzzed past my head. It seemed like a railgun, but I didn't. But I guess it could have been something else. There we go. Now we're counting up some thrusters a bit faster. $15 more, and I'll have one of these big thrusters done. And then, again, it'll just be able to reverse, but, you know, at least I'll be making progress. At least now I know where I can get the gold, even if that's not going to last very long.
True.
Okay, 10. Come on. 5 more, that's all I ask for. 3 more. 2 more. One more. Hey, okay. Plug these in. Yay! This ship can now reverse and go down.
Congrats.
That is it. That is all it can do.
Well, better than nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Energy low.
Just got 4 more axes to do.
Oh! Ooh, dearie me. Apologies, everybody. Bit sneezy tonight.
Let's see, roughly like 3,100 or so, I think.
3,100 or so.
First components. That's how many more I
Oh,
need.
okay. That's a lot.
It
For a second, I
sure
thought that was
is.
300,000. I'm like, wow, that's one powerful thruster.
I think I want another cover.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Hey, you're a large grid ship with ion thrusters. Maybe that's just what I do next stream, is I just build something to go and pick on these ships. So, let's see, 1 assault cannon turrets, a couple of refinery, 2 assault cannon turrets. It's got 2 assault cannon turrets. The next time I see a processing ship in red coming past, I'm just hijacking the thing.
Energy low.
There's 4 large ion thrusters on this, I want it. Right. Grab a blueprint.
Okay.
And that'll be me off for the evening. Given that it's currently 2 a.m. Christ.
Not exactly the evening anymore.
No. hastily leaving the evening there. Okay, let me see. Who can I chuck you all to? Ah, well, Trinity is currently playing Space Engineers, and has been going for about half an hour, so I'm guessing that they're not going to go anywhere soon. Next question, is my internet going to do what it did yesterday, like the last time I tried to raid somebody? Conk out the second I do, because apparently everyone on Virgin Media got kicked off at midnight.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that's a thing that happened. There was a whole Twitter thread about it. Okay, good. That seems to be working. So, let me see. My next stream will be tomorrow as I run tech for the Witch playing Aliens Dark Descent. If you like watching people get utterly massacred, good game. Good game. Very, very high intensity XCOM. And also you'll get to see the new changes to the Witch's model, so yay for that. I'll be back on the Saturday proper for some carousel with playing random games with my patrons, and on the Monday for some Come Block Home Minecraft and some coding on the Tuesday. Any videos I make are read.com/lyingtube, and everything I do is powered by you at patreon.com/lying. Later, everybody.
Have a good evening, Lang.
See you, Lane.
Oh boy. This is a lot of stuff. Do you think we could make it to space today?
I mean, how much of this stuff down here do we want to keep?
I mean, realistically, the only thing we need are the thrusters.
And you've got the 4 of them down there already, so...
Yeah. How much do we really have left of the old ship that needs to be ground down?
Well, most of what we've got left in the forward half is going to be in the form of tubes off the tanks and the,
Tanks.
yeah, and the conveyors.
Batteries, but we can rebuild those.
Back half, we're going to get the most of the salvage out of the shield generators and the thrusters there.
Yeah, we'll need to salvage the shield generators and the thrusters. Because those have components we need.
Yep.
Other than that, the rest is probably take as we can, but not 100% necessary.
Yeah, I'm just emptying out the cargo containers that are left on this side of this wreck at this point.
I'll bring over the grinder ship and disassemble those thrusters.
Mm-hmm.
That's some very strong wind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tossing me around
Really
like
strong
crazy.
wind at the moment. Ooh. Feels like I'm being, like, feels like I barely have any control.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Okay. Right.
What the... Yow. Not only do I have no control, but my gyros are going hard over right now. I'm having to fly... What? I'm practically having to fly sideways to keep control here.
Yeah, that's what I was having to do earlier.
Wow.
Is not happy. Okay. I ground down those 2 thrusters and I immediately got full. So I'm coming back.
Mhm.
2 Epstein thrusters equate to 1 small grid, large cargo, apparently.
Yeah, which means I could take down 2 at most.
Coming down. Okay.
It's right there.
Farrell, is your thing full all of a sudden?
Hmm?
Is your ship full all of a sudden?
Hang on, I gotta... Before I check, I gotta cant over, because...
Yeah, I
my
think I
gyro's
just
gone.
emptied my ship
Oh,
into
yeah.
your large cargo container by accident. Sorry.
Yep, that would do it.
I was like, that's something feels weird. That doesn't feel right. Those large cargo containers don't seem to be containing nearly as much as they should be if they're large grid. And then I realized, Farrell's still connected. Oh, Farrell's disconnected. The cargo containers have gone. I see what's happened. Oh dear. Right. Okay.
Come on, capture, you stupid connector. Even the connector force isn't enough to keep me on the connector. The large industrial cargo container 2 is full. Time to start filling the other cargo container.
Well, there's 3 at the moment on the ship. So that should be plenty. Right.
What the?
Whoa.
Yeah, I got disconnected and immediately blown into the voxels.
Wind is really strong today for some reason.
I have no gyro control effectively.
Ooh. You alright down there?
What the? Well, now that I've got the water anchoring me down, yeah, actually.
Skim along the surface.
Yeah, apparently so. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Right. I need to finish welding up the exterior on the top. Just steel plates, and then I need to focus. Once I finish up welding the interior of the front, then I can start welding up the back.
Good grief. Okay, that's probably not helping. Yeah, I'm just sitting here in the control system, and in the background, I can just see every now and then the game is just kicking me over by like 5 degrees, trying to roll me. So I don't know what is going on.
We'll be glad when we get off this planet. Thanatos has had its own challenges, but this is just annoying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm having to basically fly canted at like 25, 30 degrees just to have any semblance of control direction. I don't care if I'm not where I wanted to be at this point. I'm putting it down right here. It's close enough to the ship. Try to figure out what's going on here, because these thrusters are all... Go head on into the wind. Yeah, it's the wind. As soon as I start flying with the wind head on, I've got control. Okay, so crab flying it is then. Ooh. Nothing left in that one.
Oh, steel plate. I'm glad we have 39k steel plate at the moment. It is very useful.
I imagine.
Okay.
Okay, that's all of those emptied. Down, I'll figure out where I'm going next here. Keep that around when I don't. Something's in the way. I just gotta grind it out of the way.
One way to think about it.
Energy low. Energy critical.
Okay. Oh. Okay, the interior's coming together. Bad. Getting there. Once I've stitched together the front, then I can start working on the ring sections. The ring sections are where we have the bed compartments, general living quarters, and the med bay, which is going just behind them. It's relatively well defended, I think. Well protected, realistically speaking. While still giving a decent view out of its windows. Because what's the point of having a med bay if you can't look out of it and admire the stars?
And at the same time, get a healthy dose of space radiation.
Oh. You know what they say? Some space radiation a day keeps the doctor away. Unless, of course, you're in the med bay. I don't know why, but I just shoved 1,000 gravel in my pocket without meaning to. Yep, that's what I need right now. Gravel. Gonna build some steel plates with gravel. Hey. That's weird.
Hmm?
In the blueprint that I'm looking at, for some reason it only has batteries on one side. I'm relatively sure it should have them on both, because I know that I built it mirrored. Maybe I missed some. I will need to look into that. But oh well. It's not major trouble. Okay. Still massive gaps, but we're getting there. to get
Energy
this.
low.
Steel plate.
Energy critical.
Well, it looks like that cooling pad is finally worn off.
Yeah, it's done.
Right.
little bit more pieces here and there. We'll be ready to go.
Fuel low.
Oh boy.
Fuel critical.
Into the drink I go.
Jetpack fuel?
Yep. I should have seen it coming, to be honest. I saw my nitrogen was low a little bit earlier. Really should have double checked. Oh well. Not like it impedes me all that much.
Batteries are almost flat on the miner right now.
Better dock her up.
Yep. That's okay. I got a good grinding setup on it now. So she's coming back fully loaded at least.
Once you've docked her up, Farrell, come join me in the hold, as it were.
Let's see. To charge. And there.
Over here. So this area is another area where I have very little idea of what to do. So it's again another big empty space. There's a lot of conveyor systems in here. This is essentially the torpedo bay. But there's nothing really down here. It's kind of just an empty space with some cargo containers. So this is another space that you can go hog wild with if you feel like it. The assemblers are going to be behind those cargo containers, by the way. Right at the back. And then, of course, we've got this area, which is going to be the actual sort of docking point. But there's not really any way to seal it. At least not any that I can think of that would look good.
So it's I'm at a bit of a loss with this one.
Yeah, there's not much you can really do with the half block is the problem.
No. There's no half block like door pieces, which is kind of
Mm-hmm.
annoying, honestly.
I mean, the best you could kind of do would be a straight up piston, a door that sits flush with it, basically. But that's just
Yeah.
going to eat away from the space that you have to move around in here.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention Clang City.
Yup. I mean, technically speaking,
You could.
technically speaking, a piston door is possible. Like, you just stick a merge block in this wall.
Actually, I'm thinking. I think there's just enough room to pull it off. Because if it's rotating, it's going to rotate in. Might be able to get away with a rotary door on it.
Rotary door? You sure?
Mm-hmm. I think so, yeah, because the pivot point would be down around here where you've got the piston, this rotor already. And build it down a block. Well, build it there, have a piece connecting it to catwalks or the interior plate stuff. And then that way the center of rotation would be to move it to one of the walls when you undock. The only downside is you wouldn't be able to keep the armor pieces there, the light armor trim. But it would... There should be enough room to rotate at least up to the sides. And then that way you're still maintaining up and down freedom of movement through most of the bay.
I mean, what I was thinking, actually, was... Well, what my brain was doing was maybe just pulling the door back through here. And
Yep,
just
that would work
having
too.
it be relatively flat. No. Because what we could do... What we could do is just have the door be made of armor paneling, which would make it really thin, easily walkable. But I'm not sure how the...
The only downside of doing like the interior plate or the catwalk or armor panel...
Here's the trouble. Yeah. No, it would have to be half blocks. Because the light armor corners still
will merge.
connect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Keen.
Great.
Even though it makes no sense that they would.
No. The light armor half corners still connect. That makes no sense. Alright, what about the... What about these? They still... No, everything still connects.
Yeah.
That's
The only other thing I could think of would be
bullshit.
blast door blocks, but blast doors are too thick for this purpose.
Yeah, and they're centered on the block as well, so...
Yeah, but that way you at least know it's not going to merge to the stupid floor.
True. They won't seal.
Yeah, I mean... Form versus function, pick one.
True.
You've mistaken this for a AAA game, sir.
No, I haven't. I've mistaken this for a good game. Oh, God.
The only other thing I can think of... Yeah. The only other stuff I can think of is going into mods
Yeah.
because there's the window shade one, the one that has the armored window shutters,
Hmm.
and they're thin and small enough to actually fit in that space and work like a hangar door.
Mhm.
But that is adding a mod for mod's sake.
Yeah.
What else?
It's really annoying because I think on small grid these don't connect. No, on small grid they do as well.
What do we have for options here?
We don't have those, Dragon Reaper. Those were removed. Again, mod for mod's sake. I didn't want to do that, so.
That will attach. That will attach. Yeah, everything it's going to that would make it airtight is going to attach no matter what.
Yep. I mean, the only way to make it work would be to make that area square instead of the nice shape that it is at the moment.
Yeah, it'd have to be wider so you could rotate the door out of the way through other means. Yeah.
I mean,
Good grief, I'm still charging up. Wow. What else would work?
Energy low.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing left to validate down at the wreck is going to be the shield generators at this point.
okay. We'll salvage
Everything
those
else that-
later.
Critical.
Yeah, there's no more cargo containers left down there, so
Okay. We need to grind the shield generators down anyway because we're not going to be able to use them as they are.
Mhm.
I'll go down and do that in a minute.
I think I can. Got 65% power. That's more than enough to get this done.
Okay.
Check that 76%.
Okay.
Assuming I don't get blown all over the sky, but
Well, yeah. There is that.
No energy.
if there's anything else here. Actually, take it back. We do have some thrusters down here.
The airlocks aren't set up in the blueprint, by the way, so we're gonna have to set those up manually.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't be too hard, but just to let you know. Oh right, this side isn't properly built up yet. I forgot about that. Falling through holes in the floor.
Stop trying to turn on your side, you stupid thing. Yeah. Couldn't the connector force isn't even holding me on at this point. As soon as I'd get on it, it would just immediately start to roll me off.
Well, you do have a decent amount of mass now with those extra.
No, it's not that. It's just like whenever I move for no reason, the whole thing kicks over. It just starts rolling to port or starboard depending on which way I'm going.
Well,
like if I'm going out
the sooner we get this welded up, the sooner we can get off this planet. So.
Yep. I've got all the shield components back at this point. The only thing we've got left out there are some of the smaller thrusters on the bottom.
Well, we don't really need them, honestly. We have enough. We have enough. If we really want to, we can go back and finish off the grinding system. For now, let's get welding.
I'm just unloading the miner. Alright.
Now, we don't want to weld up the floor in there quite yet, because we need to finish welding up the stuff that's underneath the shield generators.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring in the stuff for the shields right now.
Into the vents I go. Weld some of these up. Most of these are quite welded, actually. That's good.
Okay, you're not gonna let me put them unless I actually get that, huh? Alright. I see what you want, game. Well, I'm carrying shield components. It's not letting me put them down because I didn't dare have the steel plate to start them off. Crazy man I am. Just find my way back there again. That's gyro. I need to be down.
Energy low.
It looks like all we've got left is one at this point for a shield component.
Hmm?
We have
Oh,
one
shield
shield.
component.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
one. So anything we've got that's built in there, that's what we got.
Well, we have 3 augments and 1 shield generator. By the looks of it.
No, there's should be. Oh, okay, yeah.
Which is about 4 million, I think. Around 4 to 5 million, I think.
Let's check. I saw a couple of those.
Energy critical.
Okay.
No energy.
Time for a sit down. Now that we actually have some couches in the ship.
Station fuel low. Station fuel low.
Game, what do you mean station fuel low?
Station
We have
fuel
100% hydrogen.
Station fuel low.
Yeah, the miner was being drawn down on power too. Just flip that back over to charge.
Might be that because we're building more stuff, it's starting to draw more power. And
Yeah,
in
the
fairness,
shield generators.
Yeah, that'll be what it is. And additionally, we don't have the main power core running yet. Unless you have a bunch of stone that we can turn into,
We still have the stone yard down here.
possibly somewhere. I'm not entirely sure.
It looks like that's all dealt with. One way to deal with that. Oh, unlock. Come on, where? There.
Well, that's certainly one way of doing it.
Yep. In fact, I can probably just turn these on, leave them on, and just pivot around the connector. And just hook up every now and then to drop off.
Probably a good idea. Let me set those switches then. I need... Oh, of course. Right, yes. Hold on. I need to hook up the system.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a sec.
At this point, that's pretty much all I'm going to get just from drilling in this general area.
Inventory full.
Uh,
That's linked into the main system. Which means we should now be producing plasma fuel. Things start pulling in. Oh, of course, all the stone was drained into the refineries directly. That's what's happening. Okay. There's not any easy way that we can blacklist stone from getting into the refineries. Oh well. It's not really
Short of having them on their own isolated loop, yeah.
Yeah. It's not really a problem. The refineries occasionally get a little bit of stone, but most of it's being drained by the sorters directly into the fuel assembly system. So it should be fine, really. What are you doing down here?
Working on the gyros.
Ah,
The two that you had tucked back in the wall here, they're up and running now.
that's good. There's another pair that needs to go over on the other side. Start working on those. If I remember correctly, there's actually a gyroscope somewhere in front that I never need to do that. Sit down. I think it was.
Hang on for a moment. I'll be right back.
Hmm. Oof. There goes my back. Crickety crack. Oh boy.
Energy low. Energy critical.
A lot of bounces. It is very slow. Why is that so slow?
Energy critical.
Is it? It's because of the. Wow. Okay. Bit of a problem. Kind of needs some energy right now. Is that any faster? No. Ooh. Oh, that's not good. Okay, hold on. We're not even halfway. Oh, that's a lot of shield to fill. Okay. That's a lot of shield.
All right, I'm back.
So, we've got a lot of shield to fill.
Yeah, but that would not surprise me.
Around about 6 million.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of slow. We need to get the shield regenerator modules up and running at some point, because that is very slow right now. Okay. Also, it basically means that recharging our suits is taking a little while at the moment. I'm having as many batteries as I can, but
Well, I mean, the batteries are just going to be hungry for their own charge. If you've got to recharge,
yeah,
sit in,
but
if you've got to recharge, sit in the miner, because I've got that on recharge and it's got the solar panels too,
okay,
so that's helping it out at least. But
I'll do that.
once that's fully charged up, that'll be able to help contribute with what its paltry 3 solar panels can provide.
Mm-hmm. You've also got that massive wind turbine. Be working. Oh, yep, there goes the plasma generators. Okay. Let that run. I just poured about 10k stone into the fuel system. That should run for a little while. You alright there, Farrell?
Yeah.
Trying to hop out of a hole.
It's just more computers and tubes.
little bit more spit and polish, and we should be good to move her.
Okay. Yeah, I am getting no charge at this point now for my suit.
Yep. It's worse than a trickle.
It's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
No fuel.
Best thing to do, I'm finding, is to essentially sit in the cockpit, then disconnect the miner, turn the batteries on, charge from that, and then reconnect and set them back to charge.
That's gonna take forever from doing that. When the tide goes out a little bit, we can get grids on the back thrusters here, because 250 of them's a lot.
Yeah.
When you can only carry 50 at a time. Okay, that's one down.
Ooh, so this is quite a tight squeeze. There we go.
That's the other thruster down, but not hooked up to hydrogen, it looks like.
Yeah, there's probably some conveyors missing somewhere in that.
Yep.
Energy low.
Yeah, that should be hooked up with something now.
Well,
Yep.
we can take out the land-based assembler because we now have one on the ship.
Yeah, we just got to be very careful because everything's routing. Oh, is anything running through it?
No. It's completely isolated. It can be cut off without fuss.
Yeah, I just don't want to lose the rest of the cargo containers there just yet.
I think they're empty.
Yeah, but we got a
One-
turret on the edge
One
of
of
it.
them has... Actually, no. This one has about 173 power cells. Hold on. Let me just... There we go. Now they're empty.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Energy critical.
Quick recharge. There we go. Okay, both rear lower thrusters are lit. Good.
Lucian,
Yes.
why are you still going?
Why are you
Lucian, it's-
still up?
I'm not really. My meds are kicking in very quickly. But
Okay.
also, you've been going for just shy of 8 hours, and it's
I'm
4
aware.
a.m.
I'm aware.
Sleep, you nonsensical thing.
No, I refuse. It's fine. I'll pass out soon anyway.
Bizarrely, that is actually against Twitch terms of service somehow. You're literally not allowed to actually stream until you're insensate.
Yeah, makes sense. That's fine.
What are
I
you?
just want to finish.
What are you
this.
two up to? Because you're both silent as the clams right now.
Currently we've finished most of the front section, and now we're finishing up the rear section so that we can move the entire ship forward so that we can finalize the nacelles. And we're
Right.
also charging the shields.
Okay, how much shield you got?
Currently 6 million.
So the
And that-
same as the entire space station.
Yes. And that's with only one of the shield generators up and running.
Oh, okay, so you're using a large one.
Yes, we're using 2 larges and then 16 augments plus 8 recharge augments.
And you're
And it
powering
is-
all of that. How?
We're not.
We're not.
Ah.
It's taking a while.
As
Currently, we're using a large wind turbine to boost it up to its main charge, and then we'll be filling up batteries for as much as we can to make sure that it doesn't kill the ship when it starts recharging.
I was gonna say, because what I have to get to 6 million takes like a large reactor.
Well, we've got the power core running, so there's that.
Yet you're not charging. Well,
No, we are
yet,
charging.
Yet you are just charging.
No, we're charging slowly, but that's mainly because of the shield's charge is slower.
Station fuel critical.
We're currently at 3.4 million out of 6 million.
Hmm.
So it's charging. It's
I'm
charging
beginning
quite
to
quickly,
see
actually.
how you manage to make these god-awfully massive ships whilst I struggle to find magnesium for a month.
What do you mean?
It's not manpower, it's just that you stream for an extra 4 hours after I log off.
Fuel low.
I mean, not always. Today's actually an exception.
Uh-huh.
Fuel critical.
Why do you have an area light
Ow.
on the outside of your ship?
What? Oh, because it made like lighting up the area to get zombies to spawn further away easier.
Hmm.
Where'd my corpse go?
In the
It's
water,
floating.
presumably.
It's floating on the surface of the water.
Well, your corpse isn't, but your bag is.
Yeah.
Key difference, one has ragdolls.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I am going to, like, brush
Bed?
my teeth and stuff, and if you are still going within the next 10 minutes, I am going to come back into this call, and I am going to make fox noises until you go.
Fair enough.
Okay. See you then.
Do you think we can get this finished in 10 minutes, Farrell?
No, not a chance.
Not a chance.
There are way too many blocks at this point still. Like half the hydrazine thrusters down here that I'm working on aren't even done yet. And that's kind of your fine attitude control at that point, so...
Yeah.
Doesn't help that as I'm trying to take care of them from inside, I'm actually getting lifted up by the tides.
Yeah, it's a bit irritating.
Fuel low.
Realized they were quite that high that even where you're building here, they're getting in.
Fuel critical.
Oh, Parallax Commander. Interesting.
It's a rerun. Sounds like it should be a bad sci-fi movie. Parallax Commander, the horizon of forever. Start construction. Okay. Come here. Here. Don't mean to alarm you, Captain, but we're all out of Colombian coffee and bulletproof glass.
Enjoy. I mean, the Colombian coffee I can live without. But the glass? Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
On the glass. Need that. I need my glass, both in Space Engineers and Atlas. Oh boy. Okay. How are we looking on silicon?
That's a good question. Let's see. 24.3K.
Alright, so we should be fine on glass, realistically speaking.
Yeah. Just
Alright.
gotta actually put some in the,
Assembler.
Yep.
Should all be lined up, so that should be fine.
Yep, it's churning away on it right now.
Good.
Alright, that's all of the hydrazine thrusters at the bottom of the front section. What else is left? Side thrust. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of welding that needs to be done there.
Thankfully, the hydrogen thrusters don't. They're not actually that expensive.
Mm-hmm. That's all set.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely.
Okay, so that's got most of everything.
Hey, Shadow Wolf. I know. I found a use. I found a use for the round windows. This took me completely by surprise as well, to be quite honest. Yeah, they still kind of don't fit. That is true. But at least it's a use. I haven't gone to school in... God, how long has it been now? I think... at least 5 years? Well, if you count college as school anyway. So I left college in 2018-ish. So yeah, 5 years.
You are like baby.
Yes, Lang, I know I'm young compared to your ancient bones.
I haven't even been to university in almost a decade.
I said, ancient bones!
So, it occurred to me that I don't actually have a way to stop you from doing a live stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't exactly remotely crash space engines. But there is one power that I have been gifted that in this moment might be useful to use.
Okay.
Which is that as server admin I can actually kick you from the streaming room.
This is true.
But then you would, I would,
into the Ghost
yeah, as
Industry
an exact
streaming
guest,
room.
you would just go to you just go to Gil. So
So, there's not
So it
really
wouldn't-
much point.
it would demonstrate that I have exercised my duty of taking care of the server young'uns, but not
Young'uns.
it wouldn't actually practically achieve anything. So.
No, it really wouldn't.
What I will say is, you have now streamed for as long as a full-time job work shift.
I know.
Fuel
I'm
low.
still not getting paid that much.
Yeah, it ain't worth it. So,
Fuel critical.
find yourself a stopping point in the near future and go to bed.
No, I think we'll be finding a stopping point relatively soon. We have a few more thrusters to weld up, but once that's done, we should be
Again.
good.
I know this game, and you know full well I do.
Yes, I know.
There is always one more thing that you
There
can
is
just do
always
real
one more
quickly.
thing. Just real quick. Actually, how's the... Oh, good. It looks like the shield's finished charging.
This is your final warning. You are about to breach the wasted space barrier.
No, the wasted space barrier is 12 hours. That's where the wasted space barrier lies.
Let's not try to make it look like
I've
Lucian
done it
has a challenge
before.
here.
I've done it before. It's a bad idea. But I've done it before.
If I boot up my computer after I go to bed, and I find that you're still streaming,
Don't worry, it will not.
I am
it will not
revoking
come to
your
that.
privileges for being in this room for a week.
Wow.
Admittedly, that won't accomplish very much, but I don't have many options.
It won't accomplish very much because I don't come into this room except for once a week to do this. So
If you don't stop the stream right now, I'm going to submit a very strongly worded letter of condemnation.
I talked to your gym teacher. They said you've been good in classes. And your science teacher keeps harping on at me about your homework.
I never did my science homework.
I
did my
did. 'Cause
history
it was one
homework.
of the few classes that actually, like, allowed me to exist, rather than be seen as a problem.
That's fair. I did my history homework. I liked history.
Same. Unfortunately.
Hmm.
Nowadays, when you tell someone that you really enjoyed learning about 20th century history... Oof. Also, I love that access panel is really doing heck all, isn't it?
That's because it's just projected. Well,
Oh.
unbuilt.
If anything, its function right now is just serving to show why the access panels are actually kind of worthless.
I like their aesthetic value. That's kind of
Perhaps.
what they are.
But you're
aesthetic
still
value.
running to and from the cargo container anyways, so you'd probably just leave them open at best.
Yeah,
Assuming that they even did their job of actually preventing you from accessing the cargo container.
they kind of do.
Eh. Unless you aim at it at the right angle.
They do, when it's at a time convenient for them.
What is the point of a door that is never closed? Alright, the hour is 4:04. Lying not found.
Have a good evening, Lang. We shall see. We shall see, Shadow Trigger.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
I swear we had this side thruster done.
Hmm? Which one?
On the big hydrogen one.
No.
Hmm.
We have the one below it done. Whoa.
Okay.
I think the miniguns just went off.
Yeah, they did. So what against? It's kind of in the middle of the day.
Why is this stuff going automatically into the plasma core assemblers when they're not the first in the queue?
I have no idea.
Like, they should be going into the assembler system, which starts with A, thusly it should be first. But instead they...
Oh, I see what the mistake is.
Hmm?
You're attributing logic to Keen.
Yes. Yes, I think I am. It's that times. Okay. Assembler main. You are... Very much.
Oh, that they are. The guns were going on something legit. Zombies.
Oh.
There's one on the bottom of the ship right now. Come here, little happy zombie. Come on. Let's come on outside. Come here. Come on over here. Mr. Miner would like to have a few words. And away he goes. Bye, Mr. Zombie. Oh, yeah, it isn't day. Wow. Last time I swear I was looking around outside, it was day. It is decidedly
very
not day
green.
anymore. Yeah.
It's very green.
That explains the zombies then.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's another one out there coming in.
Okay.
I think what I'll do is see where you're at. You've charged up, so I'm gonna detach you. Just put you on Overwatch. There you go. I got at least a little bit of anti-zombie defense out there. Alright, so there's one thruster done pointing forwards. There's thrusters forward pointing back. We've got large on left and the right up and running. And you've got two pointing up. Don't know what we have pointing down. You know, we've got down thrust isn't in place, but I'm not sure it's really as important right now.
Not really. We need... Let's see. Forward and backwards thrusters in. We need the... Yeah, we've got one forward thruster in. This should be enough to move us, I think.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to lift off from the deck first.
Mm-hmm.
Just that's one less thing to worry about.
Currently we're a static grid, so what I'm thinking is we move that connector that is on the side forward by about 15 to 20 blocks, and then we move the ship. Because currently the ship is completely disconnected. It's just still a station.
So prep the connector further forward.
Yeah.
And we do have some gun. We have a gun turret within there that you'll have to maneuver around.
Inventory
Get
full.
some interior plate. We don't have a connector there. I can actually get into the cargo network. Woohoo!
I think that far forward should be enough.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
There we go. That should be far enough forward to give us some decent space to build the nacelles. I've got some motors assembling on the ship.
Yep, that's pretty much just about all we'll need out here. A little more interior plate, and that'll be pretty much it with the motors.
Mhm. We're out of nickel.
I mean, really, the only thing that matters for the actually, no, I was gonna say it would matter for the connection would be just connect for power, but
Well, yeah, we can connect for power.
it means you wouldn't be able to pull ice into it, basically.
That's fine. It
Yep.
doesn't need ice at the moment because we don't really have the tanks for it. Okay.
Actually, no. One place I can get some motors. Hang on. It's not that anymore. That'll give us a couple.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Here goes. Converting to ship.
You're definitely... You're either floating or...
No, we're not floating. We're
Okay,
hovering.
so you're... Up a little bit more.
Well, first I need to move forward enough for the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Burning through hydrogen pretty quick.
Just,
Got some things.
a little further forward. Right there's good. Keep going to the right. A little more, a little more, a little more. Lock it.
There we go. Can you lock it from there?
Yep. Give me 1 sec. And lock. There you go.
Wonderful. Let's see. Let's see if we've got the space very quickly.
That was so close.
Oh,
Yeah. Did you see what you almost ran over here?
I did not. Give me a second.
The blueprint is literally right up against the welder ship right now. Like if you had slipped back just like another block, you would have been slamming right into the front of it.
Let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah, we've got enough space. Actually, I think just about enough space. We're gonna have to discuss
Yep.
some of this stuff, but we should be fine.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what's happened here. Interesting.
Yep.
sort of swung a little bit. That's fine. That is manageable. And we have all the thrusters ready to attach once everything's in place. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. There you go, Farrell. I've welded up your bed.
Yay.
This eventually will be your bedroom. You can kind of see it projected now at the moment.
Yep. I've got
Nice
one
and
on the
spacious.
I've got one on the shore as well, so
I think I'll take
Just,
the one on the shore if you don't mind.
yeah.
Oh, right.
Alrighty.
I think that is a good stopping point.
Definitely, yep.
Yeah.
We managed to
Right.
move it and didn't crash it.
I know. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, next time we'll build up the rear thrusters, get her fueled up, and go meet up with Lying, I guess.
Yeah. Short term on the upside, yeah, we need the nickel, but we can always continue raiding the wreck down on the shore for motors, because we still have plenty of conveyors left in that thing.
Indeed. But yeah, for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us. It has been a most enjoyable evening. I'm gonna throw you all at Skoka, who's currently doing some makers and crafting stuff. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening. Have a very good evening, everyone, and we shall see you all next time. I will be back on Saturday for maybe some Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm kind of enjoying that at the moment. Have a very good evening, everybody, and a very good night.
Have a good one.